Kevin. All right, how you doing, buddy? Okay? All right, crummy morning, but it's very nice today. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that looks good.
Kevin? Hey, good. Just letting you know, Jessica sort of asked me to pass this along. We have Rich Femia, who's an outside counsel. She asked us just to do like a test to make sure Teams is working. He's here. He's connected. Yeah, so I'm just telling you that so this way it's known that he's here and it was working, so he may disconnect now and return back later, but you saw him. He was here.
Yep, I'm right here.
Thanks, Rich. So you're Rich. If you want to disconnect now, I'll text you and give you the heads up. But so you're good for now. Oh, and Chris Clark. Yay! So we're both good now. Hooray!
Okay.
That's up to that's up to you, Chris and Rich. But if you want, now that we've seen you and we know we're working, you guys are free to go until I contact you if you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
Whatever anyone prefers, I can do either.
I have my camera off, but literally, Rich, it's totally your call. I don't know if you have other work to do. You're free to do that. If you want to free your computer up, that's fine. I'll text you. I will be paying close attention to this, so I'll leave up to you and Chris.
Okay.
The goal over here, Jessica told me, I'll turn my camera on for a second. The goal over here, Jessica told me, just make sure everyone connects. They're on, they're good, and then if they want to disconnect while they're waiting, that's fine with her. So I'll leave that up to you guys. So now that I saw you both, then hi, and yay, we're all here. Mission accomplished, yay.
All right.
Brian, I'm sorry I had my speakers were not on, so I missed the beginning, but I understand we can hang out or we can mute it, whatever, just be available in case you need us, right?
Yeah, you don't even need to leave the call on. That's what I was just saying to Rich. I'm going to sort of monitor the ledge. So if it starts to come up, if you can just monitor your email, I will shoot you an email if and when your participation becomes necessary and relevant.
Sounds like a plan. I'll put a jacket on, so I'll be prepared to look correct.
I'll even put a tie on it. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
I got a tie.
Thanks, Chris. So I'm going to shut my video and mute myself for now, but you do as is convenient for you. But if they need you, I will certainly let you know. You don't have to monitor this actively. I'm certainly doing that.
I'll keep the email, my text, my phone available. So if anything happens, I'm Johnny on the spot.
Thanks so much.
All the best. Have a nice afternoon.
You too.
Test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah, I'll just keep going. Test for Frank. Test, test, test. Audio test.
Kevin, I'm here. Muscarella. Am I not showing?
Hi, Kevin. It's Ellen. Good. How are you? All right. I'm gonna mute and all right. I'm gonna.
You got me here showing or what? Yeah. I gotta make sure I mute myself when I. That.
I'd like to invite all legislators to join us in the chambers. All right. Why don't we get started? We have a lot to do today. Let's start things off by asking Legislator Laura Schaefer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting of the Nassau County Legislature. We are going to be doing a number of things today. First off, we're going to have a point of personal privilege. That will be followed by a public comment period for the full legislature. We are then going to break, go into the Rules Committee just for several minutes to tee up some items of legislation that are on our full legislative calendar, and then go back to the legislature. And then when we do so, we will be hearing the emergency items first. So let's go to the point of personal privilege. I'd like to introduce legislator. Actually, why don't we call the roll first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roll call. Presiding officer, Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Legislator Sela Bino. Thank you. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
Thank you. Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Legislator Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRicci Witten. Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Here. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti. Here. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Thank you. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Josh Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the point of personal privilege, and I'd like to introduce Legislator Rose Walker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is always one of the special parts of our meeting, usually every month. And unfortunately, due to COVID, we have not had one. This is actually the first we're having since back in March, or actually February was probably the last full meeting we had. But I'm very, very proud to be able to honor these two individuals, not only because of their expertise and all they did on this day, but I've known both of these young men since they were little boys, and now they've grown up, and here they are, firefighters, and hold a rank in their departments, and I just can't thank them enough. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what happened. It was September 28th at 5:24 in the morning. 911 received a call from a neighbor of a fire at Sutherland Road in Hicksville. First arriving Engine 3's crew, aware of the upgrading situation, they did say, too, that there were people, they thought people were trapped in the home. So signal 10 was transmitted at 5:31 in the morning. The first arriving crew was Engine 3's crew, aware of the upgraded situation. Once on scene, they started a search. Forcing in a rear door, they were met with moderate smoke as the fire intensified. Captain Chris Moskis Jr. and Lieutenant Andrew Nimzik teams made entry and split up. Moskis and Nimzik found the occupant, a 90-year-old female, in the kitchen, suffering from the now heavy smoke, and quickly removed her outside, quickly evaluated her, and handed her off to EMS personnel. The victim was transported to County Medical Center by police ambulance, and as far as we know, the victim was stable, and hopefully she is going to fully recover. The 2.5-story old wood frame house sustained heavy damage. Fire operations were under command of Chief of Department Gary Lewis, and because there was a person trapped, he did reach out to other departments, so we did have nearby Jericho and Syosset departments and Bethpage Fire Department there, as well as Westbury and Plainview, who stood by for Hicksville. I just want to thank these two young men, because due to their bravery, all the training that they had, they were able to get into that home, save this woman, and hopefully, like I said, a 90-year-old woman is, has her own difficulties to begin with, but now adding this stress to it, they were able to get her outside and bring her to safety and take care of her and do all that is needed to help her see a lot more birthdays, hopefully. So, again, I just want to thank Andrew and Chris, thank their families, thank our entire department, and again, remind everybody that these men and the women in our department, they do this without any paycheck. They run from their homes to help others, to help their residents, their community, and again, I can't thank Andrew and Chris enough. So, Legislator Schaefer, you wanted to say a few words?
Sure. I just similarly want to say thank you so much. Again, the fact that it's volunteer is just amazing, and that you do this, you run towards danger. It's truly a calling for you as firefighters to want to do this, whether it's volunteer or paid. It truly is a calling, because most people would not do that. So thank you for your service.
And Legislator Drucker, did you want to add anything? Hicksville has 3 legislators that represent our community.
Thank you, Legislator Walker, and I echo the sentiments of you and Legislator Schaefer. The bravery and the dedication that you exemplify each and every day is so encouraging, inspiring. We owe a debt of gratitude to you that we can never repay, but we just can show our support for you and acknowledge you in every chance we get. So we're grateful, we're thankful, and we wish you the best for the happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Thank you.
And both of these young men, they follow a tradition in their family, because their dads are both in the fire department, and Andrew's mom is in the Ladies Auxiliary, as well as I am in the Ladies Auxiliary, and many of our commissioners over there and our chiefs, members of their families, their wives are also in the Ladies Auxiliary. So again, I thank you so much for being here, and we're going to come down and present these citations. If I could ask Arnie and Laura to join me down here.
All right, we're going to proceed to the public comment portion of the meeting. And first slip I have is for Amita J. Meriday.
Good afternoon. Amita J. Meriday, Nassau County resident, very distressed taxpayer with regard to just the ongoing challenges that continue to be unaddressed. with the underserved communities within the county. Very concerned with regard to distribution of resources. Whenever I read about the utilization of community development funds, when we are in communities that still have very few resources within them, and to know that those funds, which we were told previously were not available or not in the budget, somehow seem to arrive for other purposes. That's very disconcerting for many of the residents of Nassau County. Earlier today, or it may still be going on today, the Thanksgiving distribution at Nassau County Coliseum were as much needed because we have residents who are going through severe challenges. It's unfortunate, again, that this county that has such a large population of seniors and those with disabilities and inabilities to gather to these locations are once again left out of these types of distributions and processes when they have the greatest need. And it doesn't matter how many times we bring this up, it doesn't seem to change. And the coordination, I'll hand it to the police officers and those responders and the troopers that were trying, to assist. I'm just hoping that all of those cars that are parked, either they don't run out of gas or cause any accidents with regard to how it was coordinated. And I know that our law enforcement, they do the best that they can with the resources and the information they are given. So I'm also here with regard to the Bay Park project. Many of the residents in Baldwin or along that corridor who will be impacted are still very much uninformed about what is happening and what will happen and how it will impact their daily lifestyle. And again, we are requesting that those on the South Shore in Nassau County get the same information, resources, and due diligence that it seems to occur on the North Shore. There is still the divisiveness in terms of information and resources. And again, as it's been stated so many times, we're all supposed to be in this together because we all pay the highest taxes or the second highest taxes in the country, but the representation continues to be lagging, and that is very sad for those of us who continue to come here to try to challenge these sources, and we have to often feel like we cannot speak out even though freedom of speech is our First Amendment right. So I am here again to get answers with regard to the lack of inclusion, the lack of diversity, and the lack of investment into our projects, into our roads, into the infrastructure and the business development. And lastly, I want to discuss, once again, the business development and procurement activities that are going on in this county with the billions of dollars of projects that continue to lack the inclusion of veteran businesses, minority businesses, and women of color. I don't know what has to happen because, again, I see that there are plaintiffs and lawsuits that, once again, the county has to negotiate to pay settlements. But I would hope that we do not have to go to court to get the fair share, particularly for our veteran businesses. I think the fact that, once again, we're in 2020 and the biggest thing that I see on this agenda as it pertains to veterans is you're going to vote to give them more parking spaces at county businesses, at county facilities. Again, where is the business development format for service-disabled veteran businesses so that they can hire other veterans, so that we can keep our veterans here, so that people of color, minority and women business owners who've been the bedrock of this county can get opportunities and not just an occasional PPE distribution. They need jobs too. They need their homes secure. They need to be able to get access to transportation and resources. And lastly, our seniors. We're just not doing enough for our seniors to provide supportive services, especially if you're taking away the transports that many of them count on for their nurses, aides, and assistants to come to help them. I don't know how many ways, how many times that the voices of the people are not being heard. You know, we're starting to be a one and done with some of these elected positions here. And if that's going to be the case, to have a revolving door, then that's what it's going to need to be. But our voices will be heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mita. Amy Marion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Nassau County Executive Laura Curran is asking you all for an emergency approval of an 8.5-year Superior Officers Association contract. We urge the legislature, and I say we, I'm here speaking on behalf of Long Island Advocates for Police Accountability, as well as on behalf of myself as a lifelong Nassau County resident and a criminal defense and civil rights attorney with over 33 years' experience. This emergency authorization requires a supermajority, as you all know. We urge you to reject this attempt at rushing the contract through for the following reasons. The governor issued Executive Order 203, which requires adoption by the legislature of police reform measures by April 1st. Approval of a union contract prior to these reforms will preemptively nullify the possibility of reform measures the people in the legislature deem necessary to make the required changes to policing. The county has not provided its police reform task force, both PACT and CCT, with the proper data required to determine the impact of the police budget on the county's finances. I might also add that the data that has been published is no short of a joke. It is not data, and it conflicts with what the Department of Justice and DCJS has already published. Like everything else associated with policing in Nassau County, this indicates a further willingness not to operate in the shadows and to not operate with transparency. While the county executive asserts that the police reform efforts are moving forward, they are not. This attempt to lock in a union contract, which would effectively lock out police reforms, further indicates the disingenuous nature of the county executive's perfunctory reform maneuvers. We've been involved with this from the beginning. We are lifelong individuals who have expertise in this area. We are, my group, Long Island Advocates for Police Accountability, has civil rights advocates, has the regional director of the NAACP, Night Clue, Strong Youth, and all of the relevant stakeholders. The Public Defender's Office, everybody is involved in this group. We urge the county legislature to vote no to this emergency approval. On September 27th, on behalf of LIPE, I drafted correspondence to the governor requesting that a convener, that's a term of art that's used in the governor's guidance. The executive order was issued on June 12th. And we wrote on September 27th because by that date, Nassau County had done nothing. And in the executive order, it specifically said, within the executive order, not to wait for the guidance that came out in mid-August, but it specifically said in this June 12th executive order, convene local stakeholders, key stakeholders. Nassau County did not even convene the public defender. That's written in the executive order. This is a problem. At Governor Cuomo's October 6th press conference, he said in no uncertain terms, and I'm quoting, many local governments have started the conversation about police reform. Not only do they have to have that conversation, they have to reinvent their police department, pass a law, he emphasized, reinventing it, and they have to do that by April. Or, he said, they won't get state funding. There's no option. He reinforced his commitment to police reform, to the executive order, and to the guidance. And Nassau County Executive Laura Curran said in a letter to one of her groups that she formed, PACT, that we plan to focus these meetings on the executive order and the subsequent guidance. I'm quoting. She wrote that letter in an October 1st letter to Governor Cuomo responding to our letter. And yet, she is not doing that because this effort here is absolutely against reform. I have to tell you, I've been in these meetings. I am the person who's behind and gets told everything by members of our group that are in those meetings. I'm the one doing the correspondence and the scribe. And I have to tell you, the commissioner, Commissioner Ryder is lovely. And he's there. And he's partaking. His hands are tied. He is tied by unions. We cannot have reimagination, and we cannot have reform, which is a mandate from the governor. And the governor says it's going to affect funding.
This county cannot afford to have that affect its funding. I urge you all to vote no on this emergency measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. I just would like to note for the record that we have received a number of emails this morning with respect to this topic, and those emails, 20, 30, 40, or whatever the number is, will be made part of the record. They've been given to the clerk's office, so they will be part of the record. Jonathan Gunther.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Gunther. I'm the Nassau County Libertarian Party Executive Chairman. I have two demands from this body. The first is the legislative meeting times. Most people work during Mondays and early at this time. I actually left my job early today, losing pay just to be here. The town of Hempstead has meetings, which I was at recently, at evening times, and I request or demand this body work on changing the times, which will make it available for all people who can make it at night or in the morning to be able to make that. Transparency is important. I think this brings out more transparency in this body. So that is one of my demands. The second demand is for the legislature to reach out to the local police department and ask for them to not enforce Governor Cuomo's unconstitutional or authoritarian orders of limiting people in their own personal private homes. Many sheriffs and police departments across this state have defied his orders in doing that, and they will not be enforcing it. So I would like to see this body go up and talk to the local police here and let them know not to enforce these unconstitutional authoritarian orders. Those are my two demands, and I hope this body can adhere to those demands. And they're not just, like I said, they are demands. They're not just me saying this is what I want. These are constitutional problems that we are having by the state governor, and we need to make sure that he is not clearly destroying the Constitution here with those orders. But those are my two demands. Thank you.
Okay, just as to the first issue with respect to night meetings, actually we had intended this year to hold several night meetings of the legislature. Pandemic hit, and we have been meeting throughout, but it limited really what we would like to have done. So next year we will definitely be having more night meetings. We understand it's more convenient for many people to attend night meetings, so we're going to be doing some of that
Morning
going
and
forward.
night, both times are good. Some people can make it at night, some people can make it in the morning. So.
Yeah, well, we're going to do both.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Oops, that's the last slip that I have. Oops. What we are going to do is we have items with respect to the Bay Park conveyance that are both on the Rules Committee and on the legislature. So what we're going to do is break from the legislature for a moment, go into the Rules Committee, pass the items so that we can have a more full debate later on of the full legislature. So I'm going to put the legislature in recess. I'm going to ask Mike to call the roll for the Rules Committee.
Thank you. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Delia Dirigi Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
So we have three items on the Rules Committee, 349, 350, 351. 349 is a bond ordinance providing for capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein within the county and authorizing $41,666,467 of bonds of the county to finance such expenditure. 350 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a design-build contract with the State of New York Department of Environmental Conservation and Western Bay Constructors in relation to the Bay Park Diversion Project. 351 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a modification agreement to the administrative consent agreement and cooperative agreement with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Those items are moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRigi Whitten. As I said before, those items will be coming up on the full legislature, so we're not going to have a debate and discussion at this time with just the members of the Rules Committee. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn the Rules Committee, moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? The Rules Committee is adjourned. We're going to go to the emergencies, but first we have a number of items that it has been agreed by the minority and majority that that can be called on a consent calendar. They went through committees several weeks ago, and it's been determined that no further debate or discussion is needed on these items at this time. So I'm going to read the items now. Again, this is the consent calendar. Number 1, ordinance number 103. Number 2, ordinance number 104. Number 3, ordinance number 105. Number 4, ordinance number 106. Number 5, ordinance number 107. Number 6, ordinance 108. 7, ordinance 109. 8, ordinance 110. 9, ordinance 111. 10, ordinance 112. 11, ordinance 113. 12, ordinance 114. 13, ordinance 115. 14, ordinance 116. 15, ordinance 117. 16, ordinance 118. 17, ordinance 119. 18, ordinance 120. 19, ordinance 121. 20, ordinance 122. 21, ordinance 123. 22, resolution 147. 23, resolution 148. 24, resolution 149. 25, resolution 150. 26, resolution 151. 27, resolution 152. 28, resolution 153. 30, resolution 155. 31, resolution 156. 32, resolution 157. 33, resolution 158. 34, resolution 159. 35, resolution 160. 36, resolution 161. 37, resolution 162. 38, resolution 163. 39, resolution 164. And that's it. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. All those items are before us. Any further debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Consent items carried unanimously. Now we're going to go to the first emergency agenda. I guess I'll just call the emergencies one item for now. It will be Clerk Item 356, a resolution ratifying a memorandum of agreement making certain amendments to the collective bargaining agreement between the county and the Superior Officers Association of the Police Department of the County of Nassau, Inc. Need a motion to establish the emergency, moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Walker. So we have a motion to establish the emergency. I would invite up somebody from the administration to explain the nature of the emergency.
Good afternoon, Tatum Fox, Deputy County Executive for Public Safety. Good afternoon, Presiding Officer Nicolello, Minority Leader Abrahams, and fellow legislators. The nature of this emergency is in regards to the contract between the county and the Superior Officers Association. The agreement was signed and executed in September, and the reason it wasn't filed right away is we were waiting for the Aetna and the NYSHIP healthcare rates to come out, which did come out, and not until November. Once those came out, this was filed. The reason we're asking for the emergency is because the contract still needs to be approved by NYFA, and then the controller needs time to implement the healthcare contribution savings, which kick in on January 1. It's my understanding NYFA is meeting tomorrow and also December 7th. So if we waited till the December ledge calendar of the 7th and the 14th that pushes us past the NIFA meetings and it lands us right in the holiday season. So rather than chance and lose savings, the significant savings from the healthcare contributions, we ask that this be heard today.
Yeah, it is our understanding that this was agreed to, the contract was agreed to by the administration and the by the administration on early September, and that it was in fact ratified by the SOA on September 22nd.
Correct.
And is now 2 months later, and it's being presented to us as an emergency. So you mentioned, you gave us part of the reason for that it was waiting for NISHIP and Aetna.
The health care rates of what we pay per employee.
Why would the contract itself wait for that? Could not the contract be presented to us in terms of its terms and conditions without these rates?
So the 2014 agreement that succeeds this provides for employees hired after 2014, they can pay 15% contribution for Aetna or, for Empire, 15%, or no contribution for the Aetna plan. So it impacts that population of people. That's why we had to wait.
Okay, but I understand that it would impact the calculations for depending on whether they were taking Aetna or NISHIP. But why would it delay consideration of the contract by the legislatures? I mean, we had an entire month. We had a full cycle in October. We could have gotten in committees in October.
So,
we could have
yes,
considered it at our full meeting of the legislature.
Well, the union and the county were still negotiating the impact of the union's position is that they still want to have available to employees a non-contributory plan. So if the Aetna rates went up above 85% of NISHIP, there would no longer be a non-contributory plan. And that was very important to them to have that to offer.
All right, so I understand a little bit more now that in fact, there was an open part of this agreement that could not be closed until the rates came out from NISHIP and Aetna?
We were working on a side letter, yes, between the parties to discuss the health care contributions that were tied to the waiting for the rates. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, just to the second part of that, the implementation of the contract. Now, obviously, it has to be approved by NIFA. And if NIFA considers this on October 7th, December 7th, or tomorrow night for that matter, what's the reason for the emergency? What has to be in place by January 1st?
The contract. So it has to, this body approves, then NIFA needs to approve after you, not before you. So your next committee is the same day as their December meeting.
I understand that, but why could not the savings be calculated retroactively?
It would be burdensome for the controller and IT, to be honest, to prorate and go back. It's cumbersome, very cumbersome.
Okay. Anyone else have questions? Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you. Hi, Tatum. How are you?
Hi.
I'm not totally understanding your explanation as it relates to the health insurance rates. I understand that we didn't know the health insurance rates, but well, first off, what are the rates? I mean, have they increased since last year, stayed the same?
They did increase.
Okay.
Both Aetna and Empire. I don't have those rates. That would be HR, so I can get you them, but I don't have them as I stand here.
When the union voted on this proposed contract back in September, were these rates available?
No.
And so they voted without knowing the rates, right?
That's why we waited to file it, because we waited to do the side letter.
But the side letter is not what we're voting on here today, correct?
Well, it's not what you're voting on today, but it impacts what you're voting on today. So the language stayed the same, but if Aetna went to, which it did, Aetna went up, that it will cause contributions. So the side letter says the parties will agree to find a non-contributory plan. Had the rate stayed flat, we wouldn't have needed that side letter.
So Aetna will not be offered under this contract? Aetna is not offered as a free alternative to NISHIP?
Aetna's, it's not,
When I
The
say
side
free, I
letter
mean to the
says
members.
it's a status quo until we can find a non-contributory rate, but that I'm going to defer to Chris Nicolino on the side letter.
So then, I just want to understand, so we found out the new rates, but it hasn't changed anything in terms of what we're voting on then, correct?
Because of the side letter, right.
Okay. And what happens if in the years forward, the rates continue to increase or change?
We'll have to do the same thing,
A side letter?
yes.
So again, though, this contract would have already, this is going to be voted on now for 8 years, right?
Right.
8.5 years. So these side letters are somewhat independent of what we're voting on, right?
They shouldn't be, because this year was a strange year with COVID. Normally, the rates come out, and we thought they would come out when they normally come out, which is, I believe, August, and they didn't. So normally, that comes out, and then there's open enrollment for employees, and they know, they have full disclosure what plan to pick based on what the rates are. That didn't happen this year. Everything got pushed back.
I understand what you're saying, I guess, and maybe someone else can, maybe you can explain it to me or somebody else can. I don't see why that held up the submission of that contract to the legislature. I'm not connecting the dots. Maybe.
Sure. Chris from Office of Labor Relations, he can talk better.
Thank you.
Hello, legislator. The problem is it's Christopher Nicolino, Nicolino. The problem is that the non-contributory plan that we used to have, they've raised their rates to the point where now it's going to cause us to seek contributions. It's bigger than 85% of the night shift Empire plan. So now we have to look for a new non-contributory plan. That's the side letter. That's what we've agreed to with the SOA. So that was in flux, and we didn't have those rates.
I understand that. And over the next 7.5 years, I'm assuming they'll be in flux as well.
Well, hopefully we're going to find a non-contributory plan that satisfies the county and its employees.
So we have this issue.
Void.
We have this issue where Aetna is no longer a non-contributory plan.
Yes.
And we have this contract that the union voted on 2 months ago, prior to knowing the rates. And my question is, why is one dependent on the other? Why could we have not voted on this contract a month ago, and then this side agreement goes into effect now?
We didn't know that a month ago. We didn't know that Aetna was going to be a non.
And we don't know a year from now what is going to happen with whatever other health insurance you come to an agreement on. We don't know. The next 7 years, we're not going to come back and the contract's still going to be in effect. Again, I'm not connecting the two. I understand that you're telling us that that's why it wasn't submitted in October, but just in my brain, it's not making sense why one is dependent on the other.
We had to reach some agreement as to what we were going to do. And now that we know we don't have a non-contributory plan, is the county obligated to go out and find one? How is that going to work? What would they agree to? So that was all and that's that side letter that DC Fox was speaking of.
So then since September, when this was voted on by the SOA, that's been an ongoing negotiation between the administration and the SOA?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I hope that answered the question.
Legislator Schaefer.
I have a question for whomever. In the 2 months that we've been waiting, or that the SOA has been waiting, September to now, weren't there conversations about what's going on, what's holding it up? Like, was any of that discussed between the county and the SOA?
There were a lot of conversations, but we were waiting to see what Aetna was going to charge us.
Did they know that? Did you tell them that? That's what we're waiting for?
Yes.
Okay.
And there were continued discussions back and forth as to what our obligations were going to be to them, how vested they were in trying to seek a non-contributory plan, et cetera. That was the subject of negotiation, continued negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have several legislators. First, Steve Rhodes, then Legislator DeReggie Whitten, then Legislator Ford.
Mr. Nicolino, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to follow up on the line of questions from my colleagues here, I again am still having difficulty why it was necessary for us to, we don't even have the side agreement before us today, correct?
It's appended to your package, I believe.
Right, it's appended to the package, but it's not actually part of the agreement that we're voting on, correct?
It's referenced in that, and it is a side letter agreed to by the parties,
But
so it is part of that, part of this contract.
Side letters that are agreed to by the parties, these side agreements that you're referring to, are agreements that occur throughout the course of a contract, correct? There are issues that come up over the course of time that have to be the subject of negotiation outside of the scope of the contract that's existing at the time, correct? This isn't a novel thing. This is something that happens on a routine basis, correct?
In Nassau, more routine than other places, yes.
Right. So the notion that we had to wait for this side agreement in order to be able to present the initial contract to us, that's really a departure from what is the normal way that we would handle these contracts, correct?
Well, no, usually MOAs or side letters or other subsequent agreements that modify, amend an existing collective bargaining agreement take place after the agreement is suit, after
Correct.
It's been done and signed off on.
And in this case, it could have been handled exactly the same way if this contract had been presented to us a month ago and we voted on it, correct?
Well, I don't know. I would have to address that to my colleague from the SOA as to whether or not they were willing to go forward with this agreement, not knowing that a big piece, the health care, was unsettled to the point that it was. That was the issue. And I'm glad that we came to an agreement as to how we were going to handle that going forward.
So what you're representing today is that this piece of information that you were waiting for could have blown up the entire agreement.
I'm not willing to say blown up the entire agreement, but I'm saying that it was part of the parties' meeting of the minds.
Okay. But this part of the meeting of the minds occurred after the SOA had already ratified the contract, right? So they voted on it. The administration obviously agreed to it. They're coming to the legislature for the ability to sign off on the agreement, correct?
If I can just add, they did vote on it, yes, sir. However, with the assumption that Aetna rates weren't going up. So when we discussed, the rates might go up, it was like, wait a minute. So what happens to the non-contributory plan? And that's when the conversations began.
And what's negotiated between the parties with respect to this side agreement isn't necessarily the issue that I have. The issue that I have is the timing. Because now we've received correspondence from a number of individuals concerned about the fact that we're accelerating through the emergency process. We're accelerating the consideration of the contract, right? Normally it would go through committees. Normally the legislature would have the opportunity to consider it. Because it's going through the emergency process, the process itself is kind of rushed because now we're in a situation where we really don't have a choice, right? The contract has to be approved so that it can be considered by NYFA based on NYFA's timing and based on the timing of the calendar of the legislature, right? So if we don't approve the contract today, or if we don't take action with respect to the contract today and delayed it, NYFA now wouldn't be able to factor that into its considerations for the 2021 budget year. So my concern is there a way, or why wasn't it the case, that we were able to consider this in the normal course of business, and why are we again forcing an emergency upon us that we have no choice but to accept? This is separate and apart from what the actual terms of the contract are. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the administration leaving us no alternative but to do this by emergency because there didn't seem to be proper planning, or in this case, because you're saying that there had to be some sort of side agreement that was considered first that is routinely considered after agreements are already in place. That's my concern.
I understand that. It was a question of not having all the data, or actually the data changing after we had come to a meeting of the minds.
So when did we know that those rates were changing?
The only thing, and again, I'm not from HR, but this is what I can tell you, is that the Aetna rep said, yes, the rates are going to go up. Empire said, yes, the rates are going up, but they were not able to commit. So we were waiting and waiting for them to say what that would be. Again, if it went up but still stayed within the 85% of NYSHIP, there was not going to be an issue because we'd have a non-contributory plan. As it turns out, it did go up above the 85%. So that's why we have to go back to find a non-contributory plan.
Okay, so all I'm looking for is an explanation to my constituents, and I'm sure that the other legislators are doing the same, as to why it is that we have to circumvent the normal process to consider this by emergency. And that's the reason that the administration is giving, because you were waiting on something that could have been considered by a side agreement after it was already in play.
Well, I don't think, and I don't want to speak for the SOA, but I don't think the union and President Frasetti, if you want to add in, was comfortable not having that certainty. So yes, the timing, I'm not purporting it's ideal. I'm not, but it's where we landed. And it's so close to the end of the year. We were waiting for the rates.
But the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter still is, at this point in time with what's before us, in order to have this properly considered by NIFA, we have to take action with respect to the contract today. That's why it's on by emergency.
Yes.
I have no other questions.
Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Hi. I want to thank you for your updates. They've been very helpful. I have a hypothetical question. What if the Declaration of Need is not passed by this body? Have you been advised of what NIFA might do?
I have not. I don't know if Budget Office has, but I have not personally, no.
Well, we've heard that there's a very good possibility that if the Declaration of Need is not passed, and it's not on the calendar today as far as I've seen, that NIFA has said that they will not approve of this contract. So I really feel like we're doing an injustice to the SOA in the sense that, if we do support this contract, we don't have the okay from NIFA that it will go anywhere. It's almost like I said today, it was like giving them a check that we don't have the funds for. So we really, in my opinion, really need to get this Declaration of Need going. And if it's not going to happen, we need to hear about that because it sounds like it's something that we need to do first, or at least in conjunction with these agreements. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to get the money to pay for it. I mean, the governor's talking about possibly closing down, parts of Nassau County if the hotspot rises. So we might be facing another economic turn in the wrong direction. So I really think we have to pass that Declaration of Need. We need to do it. It does not extend NIFA as a control period. It will extend NIFA as far as the bond goes, but it does not extend our control period, and I think that confusion has really caused a lot of problems for us, and I just can't understand. The comptroller called it a no-brainer. Everything I've read supports the idea of this refi, and we really need that before we can promise. The SOA has spent so many hours negotiating. I mean, I see it in Rick's eyes. He's tired. It's really been arduous and difficult, and he has his members. It's a very uncomfortable situation for them to be in, and I feel that we're, before we can do that and before anyone can vote on this, you can't vote on this without, the Declaration of Need, in my opinion, in a honest way. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to pay for it. And saying sales tax is going to increase I just can't, or not be as bad as predicted. I think that in the last 2 weeks, even since we discussed that, it's made a turn for the worse. So I really, I understand politics. I know what the whole game plan is. I get it. But we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're dealing with people's lives. We're dealing with first responders that helped so many people during the pandemic. To play with their, emotions right now is just not, it's not something that I want to be part of. And I think the two have to go together. The Declaration of Need and any contract we approve. President, are you okay to, can we have you come up? President, ready? I understand that we all are taking the idea of police reform very serious, especially the police officers that I speak with. There's no one who doesn't, who has a bigger problem with a police officer not following the rules than all the good cops. And I really believe that in Nassau County, we're really blessed, because I honestly think that whether it's the education, whether it's the training, a combination of all, we're ranked the safest county in the nation for a reason. And I think that your professionalism has been a big part of that. And I know during COVID, I know the risks. I know the supervisors really dealt with quite a lot. And again, we discussed briefly that if we did come up with reforms, you'd be open to meet with us and discuss them. Can you just give us your opinion on that?
Can I just say one thing before you go, Rick? What we're considering now is the emergency. So we really haven't gotten into the substance of the contract. So I think we can bring you up and have you answer the same question, but I'd rather just focus on the emergency until we actually pass it.
But this is part of that emergency because we have to feel that the opportunity to embrace and enact these reforms are there. And once we give the emergency, you don't need supermajority. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page as far as, the recommendations we're going to get from Amy Marion's group as well as many others, that we're going to be able to still work with you on that.
Rick Fassetti for the Superior Officers Association in Nassau County. Like I told all of you before, I think we're in the forefront of police reform. We're the first large police organization in this county to have police reform in our contract. Example, body cameras. We want body cameras. We are a transparent organization, and we embrace body cameras, and we show that by signing on the dotted line. We are definitely open to discussions on other police reforms, and always have been and always will be.
So we were discussing this earlier, and we run a risk of losing funding again if we don't abide by the recommendations. Again, we need your word, and I trust you on your word to work with us regarding whatever ideas. The problem is we don't know all of the ideas, and I understand that, and I really am very happy with the body cameras. I know it's a major step in the right direction, and as we discussed, I think it's a deterrent for people that see a body camera, number one, and number two, it's going to show even more so, also like what happens in situations, and I think it will help the police as well, and I'm glad that you look at it that way also. It's really something that can protect the police department as well. So again, I appreciate the importance of the body camera, but I do understand the hesitation of boxing us in for any future reforms, but I appreciate your word that you'll come back to work with us as you have in past experiences.
Yeah, like I said, you have my word. You have my word on that. I can't give you a blanket statement because I can't speak on something that's not in front of me right now. Body cameras is separate. I don't think you can be any more transparent than body cameras. We're on camera. We're on film. I'm totally for body cameras where it shows that it'll vindicate my members 99.9% of the time, and also de-escalate the situation. Speaking on other police reforms, we don't make policy. The police commissioner makes policy, and I can't speak on that. We just follow the orders. We follow the policy.
Thank you.
Legislator Ford, and then a number of other legislators.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, President Fassetti, for laying out your feelings in regard to police reform, and I think that that's something that is very key to moving forward with policing here in Nassau County. And I thank the Commissioner for always having an open door and an open mind in regard to the public and the police response to their needs. So I thank you very much, and I know there has been frustration in regard to as if it's not as transparent as it would be, but I do believe that once it's presented to us and then to the public, it might be something that can be acceptable, for everybody, especially Governor Cuomo. But even with the political influences that we have, I just want to get off the other topic. Let's stick to this item, the one that we're voting on right now, which is the emergency in regard to the passage of the SOA contract. I guess we're here to vote on this, but we don't even know if NYFER is even going to pass this contract if we vote in favor of it, correct?
That is correct, but I would just point out that was the same situation with the earlier contract regarding the detectives.
Okay, all right, but I don't think that came by emergency. But and this is where the concern is. We're trying to look for transparency in everything that we do, and it obviously policing is a hot topic everywhere throughout the United States. So it's not just Nassau County. We're blessed with a very good police department, but we got to share the ills of everywhere. So But then I guess, it was commented that the reason why we're doing this at this point is that for the controller's sake and everybody else in regard to the medical, whether or not, correct, I don't know if I'm going to say this right or wrong, but the controller needed to know how much the medical costs and everything were going to be moving forward, right? Am I correct?
Well, it's a little different than that. There's one of the pieces of this contract, and again, it will be addressed at length if you decide to get to that today. But there are healthcare contributions that are built into this contract. The county would like to start realizing them come 1/1/21. If there's not a contract in place, it won't be able to. And that's the crux of this emergency.
But considering Aetna, like, you were saying that it's now within 15% of what the NYSEF, right?
Less than.
Okay, less than 15%. During the course of these negotiations, waiting on Aetna, did you at least look to see if there were any other medical providers that may fall above the 15%?
My understanding is in anticipation of this, the Human Resources Department within the county has been looking for months, for the better part of 2020, for a no-cost alternative. But
so
they're not easy to find.
Hopefully it can be resolved. I'm not going to put you on the spot because I know it's all negotiations and whatever. So, but so you've actually looked outside just in case as a backup, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good day.
Good day.
So I have significant concerns regarding this item being offered as an emergency. And the item, actually, the timing of the item is of significant concern as well. So as an emergency, this is being presented to us without even having a full report from OLBR. That's one of my concerns. But my primary concern is that this is being offered as an emergency without the reform process being completed. And so I know that Rick just made some, assertions and commitments on the record that his unit would be open to discussing any additional reforms that would come by way of the community collaborative efforts. And I appreciate that, but I got to tell you, I've lived through an experience here since 2014 in which several of the members of this body put in a piece of legislation requesting body cameras back in 2014. And the administration at that time, the police commissioner, along with the county executive, said, we'll pilot a program and for body cameras. And it was met with opposition from the union. So here we are, 6 years later, and we finally have body cameras in a contract. But I would argue that while that's great, and listen, I'd like to take the wins when we see them. This is wonderful that body cameras is actually in this contract. But my concern is that we're silencing the voices of the community stakeholders who are hard at work, working with this county administration along with the police commissioner to effect some further reforms. And I feel as though, and I'll speak on the issue later because the presiding officer has made it very clear that he'd like us to just stay on topic of the emergency. I think that it's ill-advised that we would even be presented something like this. And I think that based on the reforms not being in place, and I think, while I support the men and women of law enforcement, I work with them not only here in my capacity as a legislator, but in my other capacity, and I have respect for law enforcement. In fact, even considered a career in law enforcement. But I can't, I'm tasked with two things here. I'm tasked with making sure that our employees of the county needs are met, and I'm tasked with making sure that my community's needs are met. And we've heard a very loud, resounding call for reform. And I don't know exactly what those reforms will look like because the process has not been fully completed. And I think today, if we consider this by emergency, we are silencing the voices of those that are working. We're silencing the voices of those who are committed to working with the police department to bring some level of reform so that policing feels a little different here in this county. And I think it a disservice for us to consider this at this time. I have plenty of questions about the reform process, but I'll reserve it for the item. But I'm going to tell you that today I cannot vote in favor of an emergency. I think it's wrong that it's even be presented to this body in this fashion for a host of other different reasons. The Declaration of Need is not in place, OLBR, but most importantly, the reforms are not in place. So for that reason, I will be voting no on the emergency.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Most of my questions have been asked and answered already, thankfully. No, but I just want to be clear on some of the financial. Basically, the emergency here has been predicated, as you've diligently explained, based on the insurance, the health care contributions, and it's important to get it started by January 1st. But hypothetically, what would be the impact if, by pushing it till December, for the health care contributions to start being made in, let's say, the middle of January? Is that a significant effect? Can someone just answer that?
It's going to have, Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget, it will have impact on the budget if we don't realize the savings from January 1st.
Do you know how much of an impact?
Well, for the back years, which 19 and 20 is going to cost us approximately $1 million this year, okay? So when we make the lump sum payment, that's what it will cost us. Then we have the built-in savings for health insurance and everything else in the 2021 budget. So it will have an impact, financial impact. I mean, if it's not ratified 1/1 on 1/15, are we going to backdate it to 1/1? You know what I mean? I think that the agreement's in place to start effective with all these contributions on January 1st. So
what happens when you backdate it to January 1st?
That's the terms and conditions are at that point. That's a legal question. But my point is, are we going to go retroactively go back and collect the health insurance from January 1st, or are we going to do it from January 15th or February 15th or whatever we decide? So it's a question of when we do the collections of certain pieces of the health insurance.
So there's real dollars of an impact on the county budget.
Correct.
By not starting it on January 1st.
And the budget was built around patterns that were set initially by the DAI contract, and we followed pretty similar, not to the dollar or the penny or anything else, but the pattern was built around that contract, and this contract follows suit, and so does the budget.
So it's a financial necessity right now.
It stabilizes the county for 8 years, though, too. Don't look at the short-term. The long-term effect is we have a stable labor agreement for 8 years in there. So it's easier for me, from a budget perspective, to know what I have as opposed to the unknown.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up, Andy, stay with that for a moment, on Legislator Drucker's question. So if I heard you correctly, there are costs that will be associated with the contract, and right now they'd be in 2020. So if we delay this, you mentioned the figure of $1 million. That $1 million then hits the 2021 budget. Is that what you're testifying?
Theoretically, if we delay it, the retro piece of this, for lack of a better thing, would have to be paid in one of the years. So,
okay.
We have ample. The $1 million I can cover this year. The next year has it built into the budget. That's what the unknown is. You know what I mean? In the years forward. So, but again, from a planning perspective, having an 8-year deal from a budgeting perspective makes life a little easier in the financial planning world, so we can see what it looks like. So.
Right. Okay. This has been questioned extensively, but just going back to maybe Tatum, with respect to the Aetna rates going up, when did we learn that the Aetna rates had gone up to an extent that it could no longer be non-contributory?
The exact date, I'm not sure, but it was soon after signing that we asked for the rates, thinking they normally would have come out already, and they didn't. Again, I I'm sorry, I don't have someone from HR here. They were the office who was speaking with the healthcare representatives, not myself.
And when was this side agreement signed? Do you know? Maybe
Yes.
Chris can tell us. He's right there.
I have it, but just give me a moment.
November 12th,
Okay.
2020?
All right. All right, so we have a couple more legislators, but I really question whether or not you could have put this on, you could have given this to us in time for committees on November 9th, whether or not the letter was in existence or not. I think you had the information that you needed with respect to the rates going up. It could have gone through the regular process instead of us consider this by emergency. So none of the legislators are happy that we have to look at this contract by emergency. Is the county executive recommending this emergency?
Yes.
Okay. And just one other point before I turn it over to Legislator Rhodes and Ferretti. Whether or not we pass the emergency, we still would be able to take this up in the course of the usual process of the legislature in December. So whether or not we pass this by emergency today, we would not be delaying this contract past April anyway. I mean, the argument's being made, well, we have the pact and we have the other groups studying reform. But whether or not we pass it by emergency, we would still be considering this in December.
Correct.
And I would not think it would be a good option for this legislature to postpone this contract into April, May, June of next year. Of course, quite frankly, with vaccines on the horizon and things of that nature, the economics may change. So right now the county is in a position where maybe they get a better contract for the county, but if they wait 6 months, you may be looking at a vastly different contract for the residents.
That's 100% correct.
Legislator Rhodes, waiting patiently, and then Legislator Ferretti.
Just wanted to briefly address a couple of the points that were, and I know we're speaking about the emergency. Two things. One, this legislature passed a balanced budget that saved the taxpayers from borrowing that was proposed by the county executive, hundreds of millions of dollars. Did not extend NYFA's existence beyond 2025, which is currently forecasted. The county executive's plan would have extended NYFA's existence through 2035 at a minimum. And the budget plan saved taxpayers $237 million by borrowing only what the county needed to be able to meet its budget. That budget was balanced. That budget would have accommodated this contract. And the reason that a declaration of need even becomes part of the conversation is because the county executive vetoed that budget plan, and the minority caucus failed to override the county executive's veto. So before we talk about whether a declaration of need is necessary, let's talk about why a declaration of need may be necessary. Simply saying that we don't know what we would do as an alternative, we provided the alternative, and it was rejected by the county executive and by the minority. But with respect to this particular contract and the timing, I just want to make sure I'm correct in my understanding of, Rick, what you were speaking about. Obviously, police reform is an important conversation. I've had some concerns about the way that discussions have been held, specifically by the administration. We've asked for a list of who even the members are of PACT. We haven't been provided with that information. I was essentially told it was none of my business. We haven't had an indication other than what we've heard through the Commissioners' Community Council meetings, not even as briefings as legislators, but through the Commissioners' Community Council. We've only gotten some tidbits of some of what the police reform that the administration is discussing. So I understand the concerns. However, I just want to make sure that if this agreement is passed today, and I believe, Rick, you had indicated that there's a difference between changes in policy And I believe you used the term impact. So most of the reforms that theoretically could be implemented, if they're simply matters of policy, do not even have to be subject to a further side agreement or memorandum of understanding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's only those issues which the union believe may be impact issues which require there to be some sort of side negotiation. Just like the memorandum of understanding that you reached with respect to Aetna, it would be negotiated as part of a side agreement?
Correct.
So there is no, by passing this today, this does not foreclose the implementation of any police reforms that may come as a result of whatever process the administration is engaged in compliance with the governor's order?
It would not at all. You
Okay,
explained
there's
that
there's still a process to implement whatever changes may come.
Absolutely.
Whether it's simply
At any point in time.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti.
Hello. Just explain to me, at some point over the last 5 or 6 years, the Aetna health insurance became an option for all the unions, right?
For people hired after 2014 for all unions.
And that was a non-contributory plan.
Yes.
And what was the basis for that? Was there a memorandum of understanding that
Yes, so the basis for that was the 2014 Memorandum of Agreement did have language in there that the county would work with the union to find a non-contributory plan, and until one was discovered, people would not contribute.
And in this current contract that this legislature is considering, doesn't it account for all memorandums of understanding from the previous contract that they will continue forward?
Yes, so the whatever people contributed, okay.
Well, no, I'm not asking that.
Oh, okay.
As it relates to health insurance, health care.
Right.
Isn't any understanding from the previous contract continue forward into this contract?
Yes,
Okay.
except the language said as 85%, it didn't use the word Aetna, it said a plan that's 85% of night shift.
Right. So the previous MOA from the previous contract carries forward this year in as much as the county will have to work with the SOA to find a non-contributory option, correct?
No, the health care, that was only for 2014 employees.
Yeah.
This applies to all employees who have never contributed yet. So it doesn't carry through for the majority of the population. That health care provision was only for 2014 forward. This applies to everybody.
So in other words, let me make sure I understand. Under the memorandum of agreement that was signed back in what year?
14.
14. Anyone hired from 14 forward would have a non-contributory option. Now,
Correct.
Now, every member will have a non-contributory option. Is that correct?
No, just the 2014 people.
Okay, so then the previous memorandum of understanding from 2014 carries forward, right?
Well, I was pointing out, yes, it does
okay.
carry forward for that population.
So if that carries forward, then why was this rate increase such an issue? Either way, the county was going to be under that memorandum, which would require them to work with the SOA to have a non-contributory option.
Because there would be a length of time that the people who were not contributing were going to have to contribute, and that's what in 14 was avoided, and that's what was avoided now. They didn't want a window of 7 months where someone has to contribute, where they wouldn't have had to under the prior agreement because the rates went up.
But we don't have a new health insurance company picked out yet, right? That has non-contributory.
They're exploring it. They.
So what happens if you can't find one in the next 6-7 months?
It's not really, as it's explained to me, it's not a matter of not finding one. It's just finding the best one. They're out there, but they have, let's say, a higher deductible or a higher copay. They do exist.
I guess what I'm not understanding is you had this memorandum from 2014. Now you have a new memorandum, which you're saying is the reason that we had to wait to entertain this contract. I don't see the difference between the two. What's the difference between that 2014 memorandum and this one?
This memorandum now requires all employees to contribute. That's the difference between the two. If you're saying what's the difference between the 2014 to now, the difference is now the plan will require them to contribute, which was not the intention. So we waited for the rates, and this is where, as I said, time-wise, how it landed with the information from Aetna and NYSHIP.
Okay. Now, I know that you indicated earlier that this was a major concern of the SOA.
Well, it was it was both parties had the intention when we sat to have a non-contributory plan. So when that wasn't going to be based upon the existing plans, we were both concerned. It wasn't just one-sided.
Right. But the SOA did vote on this, correct?
With, again, with the assumption that there was a non-contributory plan that was going to be going forward. No one at that time knew that Aetna was going to go up.
And that's still the assumption, right?
Yes.
Okay. Look, I agree with the line of questioning with Legislator Drucker. I think he made a solid point. I agree that at this point this is an emergency because of the NYFA issue and the financial issues. But in my opinion, this is a self-created emergency by the administration. And I certainly hope that going forward, as other contracts with the other unions, go forward, that this is not the course that the administration takes, because I think I'm not alone up here to think that we could have entertained this in October through the process that it should have been given, and it's a shame that we're not going to. But I do support the emergency because, unfortunately, we have no choice. Thank you.
Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So there was comments made in well, actually, the Presiding Officer was trying to lay out a timeline, and so he stated that April 21 would be a long period of time to wait for this contract to be ratified by this legislature. Tatum, for clarification, how do you understand the process? Is it that we can't enact until April 21, or is it that it has to be on or before?
Oh, for the reform?
I think we need to clarify that for the record.
So for the reform, it has to go out, the draft plan for reform has to be published to the public at large. The entire county has to have access to the plan to see it and read it, digest it.
Yes, I understand that. And I already know the answer to the question I asked you, but I'll be more specific.
Oh.
It's not that we can't enact or we can't put a plan before this body until April 21. It's on or before. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be that if we did not call this by emergency today, that we would have to wait until April 21.
Because of the time, that's not, well, it's, the process is going to require us to probably make it as close to that date.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the just as it is in the executive order. It's that we certify adoption of the plan to the state budget director on or before April 1, 2021. So on or before.
There's too much that needs to occur, in my opinion, based upon all the meetings we're having.
Excellent, excellent. I'm happy you said that, because if there's too much that needs to occur.
No, I mean procedurally. It has to go out to the public.
Right.
It has to come before this
But
legislative
before
body.
it even goes to the public, there's work that has to be done by that body. Am I correct?
It's being done. I'm talking
It's
about
still
time.
underway.
I'm not talking about substance. I'm talking about process.
It's still underway, though. The plan is still underway.
And it can be underway after the public gets to comment on it. It's a
Right.
fluid draft.
So in the event that between now, since you've stated on the record, there's so much that still needs to be done.
Procedurally,
and even conceptually, because there's still thoughts, right? There's still concepts that are in theory right now that are being evaluated for potential implementation, correct?
What I would say is we support law enforcement, we support police reform, but they're not mutually exclusive. So you can put the contract forward. There's no reason to delay it based on police reform.
But I disagree wholeheartedly, and I'm going to tell you why I do. And I already used the
And I
body
don't wanna
cam.
go past
I've already
the-
used the body cameras as an example. That we should have been able to implement body cameras back in 2014, but we were met by opposition from the union. So what happens now that someone within one of the PAC, the CCT, or even in the general public, when you go out for public hearing on this document, comes up with a concept for consideration. But we've already locked ourselves into an 8.5-year contract that would restrict us from being able to implement or not do it without it being very costly to the county, because we'd be negotiating really almost now against ourselves.
No.
Because there really and truthfully is we're locked into an 8.5-year contract, and we'd be at the mercy of the unions to open those contracts.
I respectfully disagree in that at any time in the 8.5-year term of any contract, you can renegotiate if it needs to be negotiated. As SOA President Frasetti said, the majority of reform will be based in policies and procedures, which is managerial prerogative of the police department.
Then there's impact. There's the impact. That's why there's impact negotiations. It's because the impact of the policy or the procedure then requires negotiation. Just like the body cameras. In theory, we could have implemented body cameras, but there was an impact that was tied to that deployment. And the impact of that deployment was what stopped this county from being able to deploy body cameras. And so, I mean, just in theory, if you look through the executive order, some of the things that they tell us to look at and to consider, okay, are you know, how complaints will be reviewed, and how they will be, and disciplinary action will be actually implemented or dispersed. That being said, I know that would have to have an impact negotiation.
So, and Chris, you can chime in. You do have to have impact negotiations on certain items.
Right.
But you can still implement while you're having impact negotiations.
Well, why didn't we implement the body cameras then?
Because the county administration at the time, we were in, the unions went to PERB about the policy, and they wanted the policy changed.
So they can't be separate from each other, as far as I can understand. We couldn't deploy body cameras and then in the same breath say that the policies, there were no policies tied to it.
They could have, they made a
But we
decision
needed to
not to.
negotiate those.
They could have, they made a decision not to.
We could have, but because we knew we were in a contract, and it's my understanding that we knew that we were in a contract. It's going to be harder to negotiate things into a closed contract as opposed to a contract that the county would be seeking to extend. I mean, that's just common sense to me. It's just, you can't tell me that it's easy, that it's as easy to implement change to a contract that's signed, that's inked, or a contract that is still being negotiated. It's just, it defies logic for us to even sit here and say that that is the case.
It's actually, from a labor negotiation standpoint, it's easier when you have just a limited scope to negotiate rather than the entire contract like we did now. So again, I respectfully disagree.
So, okay, that's great that you're saying the big the overarching full contract. At this point, you've ironed out most of your contract. So the only things that we would be talking about are the finer points of reform. That would be the only thing that we'd be ironing out at this point. Listen, I want the men and women to have, you know, the benefits, and I want the county to have the benefit of some of the advantages that they've negotiated into the contract. But I also want the community. People marched in the middle of COVID in the hot sun because they wanted reforms. How do we close the door on that? How do we do that at this point in time?
We're not. We're not at all.
We are, and I've experienced it. I've sat here and I've experienced it here, and I've experienced it in my other capacities where we tried to later bring in or change policy, as simple as people swiping, doing a swipe pass to say that they were, you know, for attendance at work, was a big situation.
But that's a mandatory subject of negotiation. You must. Policies and procedures, you do not. Impact negotiations don't necessarily land in a contract.
I totally disagree, and I know that, you know, that you'll make your assertions and I'll make mine. But at the end of the day, common sense is common sense to me. You know, you have your contract laid out, you need some finer points, spend the time to identify the issues that the community wants to see, and then negotiate it, and then present the contract. I mean, this is something that it just should be done that way. I feel like we're putting, again, the cart before the horse, and I see that too often, way too often, we undertake these things without full consideration of the impact to the community that we're here to serve. And I'm gonna close by saying that that we can hold this up, just for the members on this body to be for clarification. We can hold this up, and it doesn't have to take until April 2021, but it should take as long as it takes to make sure that the reforms are baked into the contract. Thank you.
Legislator Ford.
I guess to a certain degree, I think I also share your frustration, Legislator Bino, in regard to this process. And but my take is a little bit different, you know, because I know that you've been meeting in regard to the police reforms with these committees, and I think Legislator Rhodes had indicated that we had asked for information. We don't even know who's sitting on these committees. We don't know all the people who are involved. We had asked in the past to be able to be included in this so that we have an understanding of what is being discussed. You know, now here we are, you know, we're left in the dark on that. All of a sudden now, despite the fact that perhaps this SOA contract could have come before us in October, much earlier than this, now we're at the 12th hour, so to speak. And it really is unfair to all of us who sit up here, and as well as to all the residents of Nassau County. You know, when we're trying to be as open as possible to let the people know what is going on, what we are voting on, and, you know, to find this here, we are at the last minute. And I think that I would have been more comfortable voting on this had I had a glimpse of what some of the recommendations for the police reform from what these committees are suggesting, to see if it will have any impact in regard to the contract that we are voting on today, or to know that it's just probably going to just be something that would be policy, something that would not have to be basically baked into the contract, but maybe it will have to be. And I really think that this really is disservice. I, though, considering voting for the emergency to let it go through, I understand in regard to it, but, you know, I have to say that it is an uncomfortable feeling. You know, I believe in our police, and I think that they too also deserve more respect in having everything be as open to the people who are going to help decide their contract in their future. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a full and fair debate and discussion, so I'm going to call for a vote. All legislators in their seats. I know some of us are at home. Okay. All right. All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Nay.
I've got 3 nays, 1 by Legislator Bino, Minority Leader Abrahams, Legislator Szilagyi. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so it passes. The emergency passes by a vote of 16 to 3. Now we've had that lengthy discussion. It's time to go to the merits of the contract. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for your continued and ongoing support. And thank you for hearing this by emergency, though I respect all of your frustration, and I understand it. So jumping right in, the agreement between the county and the SOA has similar themes as the DAI. So my plan was to give a very general overview and then answer your specific questions if that is acceptable. Okay. So the term is the same, 8.5 years, January 1 of 18 to June 30 of 26. General wage increases, same as the DAI, a total compounded rate of 15.96% throughout the term. Additional appearances. All members below the rank of deputy inspector, so that's sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. They will work 5 additional appearances a year. Employee health care contributions, 2% of base earnings, and then that's in 2021, January 1 of 21. Then that rate increases the following 2 years, 2.25 in 22 and 2.5 in 2023. Termination pay cap. No change to termination pay cap for incumbents, but going forward, those who promote after December 31, 2025 will have a 1.75 cap, and those with initial hire dates after 2025 will have a 1.5 cap. What's different, but this, again, it's the same valuation as the DAI, is a senior supervisor stipend. So members who have at least 6 years as a supervisor shall receive a stipend effective July 1. I believe I have to look. January 1 and then July 1 thereafter. Performance pay. Any member with at least 10 years as a supervisor and upon successful completion of supervisor training program will receive a performance pay stipend of $1,500. Body worn camera program. And this is now just background. The county issued a request for expression of interest in June. They got the most up-to-date information because with any technology with body cameras, it's ever evolving. So we got the most up-to-date. 11 responses were received from vendors. They were invited in to give a presentation in September. Members of the 3 police unions, as well as the district attorney's office, police department, information technology, budget office, Office of Minority Affairs, and shared services were all included in those presentations. 8 vendors gave presentations. Of the 11 vendors, 4 happen to be on state contract. So the plan is to have the bid out early January of 21. We have in the process of hiring a body camera consultant to help manage all of this, to keep us on track to get this implemented by the date in the contract, which is September. And that contract, I believe, was filed and will be presented to this body. So that's a general overview. Now I'm happy to answer any specifics.
Do you, in general, have the amount of the budgetary impact of the contract on an annual basis?
Okay. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. For the back years, which is 19 and 20, it equates to about $1 million. For 21, it's about 700,000. In 22, it's about 7 million. In 23, it's 15 million. In 24, it's 26 million. 25, it's 40. And then at the end, the total cumulative cost is $55 million.
Go through those years again? I mean, you did that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I read the numbers wrong, legislator. I apologize. I was reading the cumulative effect, which was incorrect. I'll read them to you again.
Okay.
The first 2 years are $1 million. 21, there's a small savings, but not a lot. In 22, it's about 6.2. In 23, it's 8.4. In 24, it's 11 million. In 25, it's 14 million. And in 26, it's 15 million. The cumulative effect over the 8 years is approximately $55 million.
For the budget years 19 and 20, then we owe, it'll cost $1 million, but 19's closed. How do you go about paying that?
We'll pay it out of 20 money.
2020.
2020 money.
And in 2021, in fact, there is savings.
Correct.
So there's go ahead.
Yes, but we did build some budget numbers in there as a result of that. So
what does that mean?
It means that embedded in the 21 budget, we had built a pattern of union contracts inside the budget. So.
Okay, well that would be important if there was cost.
Be a pickup theoretically, because I think we costed it out to be a little bit more, but.
There's, and it's probably not for you, Andy, but there's this contract in any way reopen the detective's contract? Because they have a reopening clause in theirs.
Sir, Chris Nicolino, Director of Labor Relations. Note will not, it follows the pattern established in the detective's contract.
And
The
this
valuation is the same.
It is, okay. This contract provides for additional days to be served by superior officers, correct?
Yes, 5 a year.
And my understanding through speaking to President Fassetti is that this will give the superior officers, an opportunity to spend time at the range.
Correct.
And also will give superior officers additional time for any training that might result as a result of this reform process. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 of the 5 have already been earmarked for training.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Tatum. Okay, Legislator Schaefer, and then Legislator Bino, Legislator Jordan.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Okay, so the 2 of the 5 days of that their additional days are mandated for training?
It was agreed upon that they be used for training.
Okay.
Yes.
For whatever training is necessary at the time, or how is that going to be determined? What type of training?
And then whatever else training of the time, yes. It's
Okay.
2 full days, so they can add in.
Okay. Is the training at the range mandatory, or is that just an option?
That will be mandatory. Any training is mandatory.
Okay. And there's no training right now mandated for superior officers at the range?
No.
There is? Okay. And it'll just be 1 a year potentially, or?
Correct. The
Just 1 a year?
recall, yeah, once a year.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Legislator Bino?
This question is for the Commissioner.
Sure.
Commissioner, could you tell me over the last year, maybe how many times you received a communication from the PBA regarding, or any union, police union, regarding any changes, any opposition to changes that you were attempting to employ?
I don't have that number. I couldn't even guess.
But you received some, right?
Yes.
More than a handful?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I think you all get the same copies.
Yeah. Changes that you were trying to implement as it relates to their daily activities, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just establishing that while they say it's a paramilitary style operation, that everything that you tried to implement does not get implemented.
No, not everything. Many things go through. It's when I change anything in the work environment, work rules, it has to be negotiated, which is a process that we go through.
Okay. And it happens routinely. So thank you. That's the only question I have for you. I'm going to turn my questions. I think it's the only question I have for you. I want to talk a little bit about these groups that have been set up for reform. Can you tell me the difference between PAC and CCT?
Sure. So the pact was established prior to the executive order, and that was dealing with the community, and we were going through the protests, and the police did a great job, and the protesters got to express themselves. So that's how PACT began, and then it took a pivot to incorporate the executive order. What we do at PACT is we have presenters and we have open discussion. The CCT is another group of community stakeholders, and remember, this was all when social distancing and COVID, so we meet in person in PACT. We just switched to Zoom. That's neither here nor there. But CCT, they have subject matter experts, for lack of a better word, on the CCT, and they break out into working groups and work on the governor's guideline with questions. The PACT is invited to view CCT. CCT is invited to hear the presentation. So there's an overlap, but they are 2 separate groups. The working groups are in CCT.
But both are tasked with potentially bubbling up some type of reform suggestions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that in PAC, they're primarily receiving presentations. And I suspect that that's in line with the order, the executive order, to the extent that there's a process where the county is supposed to provide an overview of its current policies?
Yes, so for instance, we've had civil service give a presentation. We've had the DSS, mental health give presentations. The DA is giving a presentation at the next meeting. We've had the police department, professional standards give a presentation. So yes, it's to give information into these departments so they have a better understanding of what we currently do and how we can improve.
And during those discussions, is somebody in the room physically like tabulating so that they have an idea? They're compiling, recording and compiling suggestions that are bubbling up out of this group?
Some of the presenters give us documents themselves. We hear the ideas, we talk about them with the PACT, and we keep talking about them. So we all know what ideas have come up. A lot have been dealing with mental health. We've let them know about the local law, which was passed with the Mental Health Committee. Thank you, legislative body, for passing that. So the CCT has someone keeping notes, but the PAC doesn't, because it's more of a presentation. It's a different design.
Okay. And are you able to talk a little bit about what some of those suggestions have been?
I would, right here, right now, I would say I could tell you some of the ideas, but I don't think it's appropriate because we're going to be putting it out to the public. But it's everything in the guidelines. We are looking at every single question. So if you look at the governor's guidelines, all the topics that it hits with training, with recruitment, with bias training, all those topics are being discussed. So that would be my general answer. There's nothing in there that we're not talking about.
Okay, and so what is the purpose of these town halls that are being held?
Again, information out so the community can hear. They're left up on Facebook so anyone can go back and hear them. It's again to educate on what we currently do. And so that's why when they hear that, we say, now how do you think it can be reformed or reimagined?
Okay, and so based on my review of the process as laid out by the governor, it looks like we're only in, it looks like there's 7 steps basically, and we're only at step number 2.
I don't have the phases in front of me to answer you. I wasn't prepared for that.
Okay, because we have yet to then, as far as I'm concerned, to involve the entire community in a discussion, correct?
The entire, can you repeat that?
Have we involved the entire community in a discussion? Because the town halls that I've viewed on Facebook are, as you stated, they look like presentations. They don't look like they're not open discussions.
So we have input also from the Commissioners' Community Councils, which is every legislative district, so that's the community whole. We have stakeholders on both, on the CCT. We also, the whole point is, we can't talk to every person that lives in the county, obviously, right? So we're going to put the plan up so that everyone can see it and give their input. We have to give a reasonable amount of time for that to happen. So, people will read the plan, the proposed draft plan, give the input. We have to go back, re-look at the plan, and then present it to this body. So you will also everyone will have access to it.
Okay, and so in viewing those town hall style meetings, it looks as though, certain questions are selected by maybe a member of the county executive staff, and then she's given those questions, and then she answers. But there are a lot of questions left unanswered, and it appears that they're unanswered. And moreover, it appears that like I said, it's not a discussion. So it appears to me that we're only at stage 2 of this work.
We're not at phase 2, and again, I'd have to pull I don't have it committed to memory what the phases are, but we have at every town hall, the county executive says, please check out our website. You can email us and there's a email address. People can give input anytime through the website.
Earlier today, Ms. Marion spoke on the record regarding her organization. Are you familiar with any? And I think there's several organizations, as I understand it, that are concerned about the police reform. Have you been meeting with those groups and having conversations?
Some of those members are on the CCT, but I don't think all are. But they've been communicating with letters, and like I said, some are on the working groups.
So you can't today at any point give us any idea of what they're talking about?
I'm on PACT, I'm not on CCT.
But that doesn't give me any, it most certainly doesn't give me any, comfort. You already know that I'm in a position that I don't have a comfort level, but I think my comfort level is even dwindling
I'll give you examples. We've talked about retraining CB ops when it comes to, and I don't want to, again, there's a plan coming forward to this legislative body from the Mental Health Committee, and that overlaps too with some of our reform. So I'm not on that committee. I don't want to speak to that, but we've talked about retraining CB ops when it comes to mental health, involving mobile crisis team more when it comes to calls, bias training, reaching out to the community, more PALs, doing community events, having officers on bikes in the community, get to know your community, get to know the people so that when you see them, you have a relationship. Those are the types of things we talked about. The collection of data is a big discussion. Having a better way to track summons, the traffic system that we use, the New York State system, didn't have a field for race. That's something we're changing. So those are some examples.
So there's been no talk at all about disciplinary action or complaints?
Yes, there has been. There's been numerous conversations about disciplinary. There's numerous conversations about training, numerous conversations, and again, not just with CCT, not just with CCC, and not with the PACT. Several meetings with the Elmont community. I had one the other night with the Hicksville community. I've had two with Long Beach. I've had a couple with Great Neck and the Mayor's Association. There's 1.4 million people in the county. We're reaching everybody we can now, and they're going to get an opportunity to comment when the plan gets put forward. All of these comments, all of these conversations bring different ideas and suggestions. This is about reform. That's about moving forward. We get stuck going backwards. We're trying to make change. We're trying to make real change. Change that will mean something to these communities. And that's what we're trying to do. But we always, and again, in fairness to Amy, is that they've done a great job challenging us, and we've met most of the challenges. But again, we're not required to collect the data that Suffolk County collected. Right. We're not in a consent decree.
I agree.
We collect the data that we've collected. The suggestions going forward that the state system did not provide for us, we're changing. Because that group made that suggestion. Okay, we're all right with collecting it. And that's not an impact bargaining thing. That is a policy by the department on what we collect. That is a procedure by the department about what we collect. Many of these things are policy and procedure. We don't like outcomes sometimes because what they are. We can't judge them on a broad picture. We have to look at the individual. So when the comments come up about discipline, you're not disciplining enough officers. We have, and again, the cart before the horse. Our horse is so far in front of the cart, it's not even funny. We check every box on what that governor has asked us. We've done all of that training. The state requires 770 hours of training. We've done over 1,200 for our cops. And we do additional training, but we can do better. And we can do more. And we listen to the reforms, and many of them I agree with. And we're going to make changes going forward to do it better. But this department has been through hell in 2020, and they've answered everything that we've been tasked to do. I don't advocate for that union. I don't advocate for any union, but I do advocate for their members. Mm-hmm. And the service that the men and women have done, and I've been listening to this for the last couple of hours, and I know there's a lot of behind the scenes, and I get that. And I'm just frustrated because they deserve a fair contract that they fairly negotiated. I have nothing to do with negotiations, but I do know what they went through. And I do know, going forward, I'm telling them to come to work again when everybody's going to be back at home inside their doors. I'm asking them to come out and risk their lives and their families to do it again. And so when we talk about reform, it's about moving forward. True difference in the communities. And I agree with that. You know I am. And my cops agree with it. They did a phenomenal job with these protests. They went out there and they knocked it out of the park. We weren't rolling around the streets and windows busted and fires. And again, that's also a credit to the protesters that turned around and were peaceful and worked with us. We got through with that because we teach de-escalation. We teach implicit bias. These are things that are not even in the state curriculum. We've already been teaching for years.
And Commissioner, you would already know, because you weren't the commissioner at the time, but you would already know that I know a lot of what you're saying is true.
I know.
And that's because when Perf came in, we rolled up our sleeves. Many times we were in the same meetings regarding the de-escalation techniques. There were a lot of things that were changed well in advance of the executive order. I'm not disputing that, okay? Nor am I disputing the hard work of the men and women during 2020. Nor am I refuting the fact that they are entitled to have a contract, okay? What I think what I'm fighting for is that I think this whole body is entitled to is having a process that's not chaotic. Having a process that is not disjointed. One that can move this county forward, okay, properly, in a way, in decency and in order, in a way that the residents that we serve don't feel disenfranchised or silenced by this process, and an opportunity for the men and women of law enforcement to get what they need. And this is not this is not decency. This process is not being done in decency and order. And that has been
by the small majority. They're the ones we.
No. Maybe you're not hearing what I'm saying.
We have been out doing this with the community forever.
No, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I feel that I'm placed in a disadvantage. I'm set up to not be able to support this contract today because of the way it was sent down here. It's about timing. It's about timing. Okay, I was set up to have to make this a no vote. Okay, my hands are tied on that because of timing. Okay, we could have done this in decency and order. We knew we wanted a contract for our law enforcement, and we were supposed to be committed to reforms. And we should have done this in a way that no one was sitting out here disenfranchised, that everybody was moving forward together.
Agreed.
Okay, that's the problem today. Okay, not anything that happened in 2020, not the work, the satisfaction of my satisfaction with the men and women, and especially during a year such as this. That's not for debate today. Okay, what's for debate today is the process and the timing, and it's bad.
Okay, let's see, let's say the truck.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I guess my question is for President Fassetti and the Commissioner too. President Fassetti, when you met with us, you talked about the distinction that is your contract versus policy, which is promulgated by the PD, Commissioner Ryder, and implemented, but your contract is separate and apart. But I really would like your commitment, because we talked about that. You know, we're all aware that police reforms are coming down the pike as mandated by the governor, and we all talked about that today, and I, for one, am eager to see these reforms and roll up our sleeves and make the necessary structural changes and improvements to implement these reforms that you know, our county and our country is crying out for. But are you prepared to commit on behalf of your members to embrace these reforms regardless of your contract? I mean, I'm not talking about inconsistencies, but policy, contract aside, are you prepared to commit on behalf of your members that you're going to embrace reforms coming down the pike? I mean, you know, I know that maybe the Commissioner can help you as well on this, because we're talking about policy now. But you are also involved in policy, even though you're involved in a union and a contract. Your members have to deal with policy. So are you prepared to commit for us that? I'd like to hear your statement on that.
I think it's obvious that our commitment's already there by showing that we have body cameras in the contract. This actually gives us a seat at the table to make it more transparent and make the process go a lot smoother. And we are further committed to reform, but I cannot comment on what you're asking exactly because I don't know what you're speaking about. If you give me specific answers, questions, I might be able to answer them, but until we see what's actually on the table, I can't comment. But some things will be mandated to do no matter what.
Well, I mean, I'm not just talking about, I mean, body cams are great. We all, we all recognize how important that is in terms of going forward, as the commissioner talks about. Well, we talked about, reforms about implicit bias and systemic racism, enhanced training, the incorporation and inclusion of healthcare professionals to deal with mental illness, addiction, domestic violence. So these are the type of reforms that are more policy-driven, but I really would like a commitment on the record that you guys are going to work together on this.
Sir,
and we're not just passing a contract today in a vacuum.
The men and women take an oath to protect and serve the people of this county at all great risk to themselves and to their families. They take that oath, not by race, not by religion, not by creed, in fairness to all. I will stand on the record today that I am all for reform. Reform that protects both sides. Reform that makes a difference in fairness to the way people are treated in the streets in Nassau County. But I also know this, from the data that we have, is that our cops do a hell of a job and do a great job in service. And that's why we don't have the complaints. I'm not saying we should never be in fear of somebody not making that complaint because they're afraid of us. That's a problem. And we recognize that. Not that it's by our fault, but it's something that we have to change. And we're talking about that with the reform. So again, I will stand on record. I'm the policy man. It comes from the top down. I make those decisions, and they have to live with them. If I change their work rules, they have a right to grievance that. But most of the things that we talk about today are not because of Nassau County. It's because of the state civil service rules. They dictate how we hire and promote and do the policy, not the police department. We try to hire the best, and we live within those rules. And again, I'll stand by that. We will be all about the reform and make that difference. Body cams, they don't come into play unless we put them out there. So we're not even there yet. The approval of it is yes, but we have to put them out, and that's on me to do that and do it in the process that will be both agreeable to all of the unions to make it work.
Thank you. President Fassetti, I mean, you indicated that, but I just was clear. I wanted to be clear about not just the body cams, but some of the other policy reforms that are coming down, that you certainly will embrace those, right?
We are fully open to discussion. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Good. Arnie, I know the point you're trying to make it, but he, as president of the union, really cannot, unless he actually sees the reforms, he can't commit his members until. But obviously, he's shown his attitude and his approach is going to be a working approach with the
which is what I was looking for.
Right. Okay. Minority Leader Abrahams and Legislator Ford.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate it. My question and my line of question is really tied to Commissioner Rock. And first and foremost, I want to concur with Legislator Bino. I truly believe that the police department works really hard. The men and women of not just the SOA and the PBA and the DAI, but the entire police department, whether it's civilians or not, work really hard towards making the best police department we have. That being said, we do have many in our county that would like to see us move forward as it pertains to reforms. Though you believe, if you believe, whether you believe the police department is good, whatever, indifferent, we could always make it better, especially when we have a congregate of people that actually believe it could be made better. That being said, Commissioner, I do have a question for you. We talked a little bit about the reforms and what you're working on. And obviously, there's going to come a point when this actually gets rolled out to the communities at large, so they can have an opinion on what is presented. I always believe that this should be moved forward as the community's plan. I think anything short of that really doesn't carry the integrity or the just that it deserves. The community should be able to have input as well as be able to see some of their ideas implemented. If you can explain to me how that process would work going forward, I would appreciate it.
So, yes, sir, and thank you. And I concur with just about everything you're saying. We have been out there in the community. I'm out 3 to 4 nights a week on different Zooms, on the weekends at Zooms, speaking to different groups about what reform is, about what we do, and about what we want to modify and change going forward. Those modifications is where we all live in, right? This is where we want to make change. That's the column that we're trying to line up and get on the same page. We can't reach everybody, but we're doing that. The county exec does more of a speaking and explaining process. The CCT does one. There's working groups. The CCT does the working groups. The PAC does another. My CCCs have been briefed 3 or 4 times already about what we're doing. But we keep getting stuck about the past. To move forward, we have to come up with ideas, suggestions. And again, I give that credit to the CCT. Have come up with some great ideas, and we've made some of them already. The data we're putting out, how we're going to put this data out, how this document. But it doesn't stop on April 21st. Reform is forever. We're always going to try to make our police department better. And I'm looking at the screen like I'm actually physically seeing you right now. I just realized that. I apologize, but it's all.
A great guy.
But that's what the reform is. So I see it. I envision it that we roll this document out. I believe in the month of December sometime. I believe then I present those modifications and changes that are requested, suggested back to the legislative body. The legislative body may want to have a public hearing on that or two and speak to their constituents. And then for some time, then they vote. And when they vote, then that gets turned up to the governor in April. And again, that's the process. But it's a huge audience that we're talking to. And there's been a lot of outcry and a lot of different issues that we're trying to address. That's what we're doing. And listen, I can't speak in what's on my sleeve any more than what I'm doing. Is that we are really trying to make change, but at the same time, we have a great police department. You know, we live the safest county in America for a reason, but we don't want to make sure that we get there violating anybody's rights. So we're going to look at everything, we're going to evaluate it, and we're going to see what needs to be changed. And training is the priority. This contract, if you approve it, gives me the ability to train for the first time in 50 years in this department. We don't have that ability. Every time we go to train, it costs us money. Now we have the ability to train for the first time on implicit bias, bias awareness, how we look at de-escalation, and now the new changes in the use of force. That's all part of positive change that makes the police department better. So I hope that answers the question.
No, so Commissioner, I appreciate your response, and we all want to see how the police department can be made better. But as you know, and you and I have had very frank discussions, there are folks in our county that fear the police. They have a distrust of police. And one of the things that myself and Legislator Bino proposed was a complaint hotline, which basically wouldn't change, in our opinion, the disciplinary practices. Those things would be still at your discretion. However, it would add a level of integrity and transparency. Unfortunately, that particular measure never saw the light of day in the legislature. But this is the type of thing that that community leaders are pushing for. Things that we have heard, adding more transparency, integrity to the process. Now, I don't know if that's incorporated into your reforms, but I think this is what we're talking about. Here is a measure that was proposed many months ago, and I haven't seen anything, whether it's from the administration or the majority, that have talked about this particular measure, their thoughts on the measure, on whether or not the measure should go forward. The only thing I will say, in due respect to the presiding officer, was that he felt that he did not want to do anything in piecemeal and he wanted to do everything in one shot. But can you speak to any, can you inform us on whether or not any measures like this, in terms of adding transparency as well as more accountability to the process, is incorporated into the reform plan?
Absolutely. So what you put forward, you and I spoke about, Legislator Bino spoke about, and I will tell you this. some of that is being incorporated into our change. We didn't need to have legislation to have reform. And some of them works for us. It makes it better. It gives us better transparency. So we've done that. The Victims Advocacy Group that now will accept complaints. How we're going to accept complaints anonymously. Way that you can go on a website. Way that you can do it by phone. Follow up so they get notified and they get told of the outcome and follow up going forward. That's why I think the frustration is this document, this fluid working document that we're doing, we keep taking pieces of change. And we go back and we enter it into the document. I meet with my chiefs and we talk about it. Then I get with the analyst and I say, I need to incorporate this into the program. Here's where we want to drop this. We're all for that. But recommendations are not fully absorbed, but if we take pieces of it, we start making it better.
Okay. So, Commissioner, and now this is a more difficult question. I mean, obviously, we talked a little bit about the need for the community to be able to formulate, in conjunction with the county, the plan, and feel that there actually participates in the plan and how it's developed. But however, I will say this, and this hasn't been debated or discussed, but I could tell you there are definitely segments of the district that I represent that are pushing for CCRB, a Civilian Complaint Review Board. That being said, that Civilian Complaint Review Board, if it was considered to be in the discussion of the reform plan, I know full well that plan would have to have some level of acceptance from the unions. But however, we are considering a contract today, and say, for example, in the next couple of months, you hear a groundswell of support for CCRB. Are we prepared to tell those people that they can't have it because the police department doesn't support it, or because it's not in the collective bargaining agreement?
The police department supports all fair reporting that comes forward to us. How the process is and who adjudicates and decides, the police department takes everything under advisement and we look at it. Right now, the way we do it in the police department, there are ways to make it better. I don't think those items that we talk about internally, which have not been presented yet, will have to have any union involvement. It's our decision. It's a policy decision. But as far as going forward with a CCRB and stuff, again, we listen to these recommendations, we take them under advisement.
Well, no, Commissioner, I understand that the proposals you feel that you are putting forward and formulating before they get rolled out to the community do not require any type of collective bargaining. I believe you when you say that. However, I want to see what the plan looks like once it reaches 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 people, and they start to opine on it. And what I'm asking is, if there is a groundswell of people that are pushing for reform, and they're pushing for a CCRB because they believe that's the accountability the county needs, then I'm asking you, would that be incorporated to the plan? And if it was incorporated to the plan, how would it be incorporated into the plan when collective bargaining agreements are already ratified, they're already approved by the legislature, and they're done by NYFA?
Because any change going forward in the department, we can always sit down and renegotiate. It's an MOU that we sit down and we decide under a memorandum of understanding on how we're going to move forward with this item, whatever that item is.
So you feel, and you're telling this legislative body that any particular reform that needs to be renegotiated can be renegotiated once the contract, even though the contract is approved by the legislature, signed by the county executive, and approved by NYFA?
Yes, absolutely.
Then I go back to the back and forth between Tatum Fox and Legislator Bino. I can't understand for the life of me that I'm glad to see that the SOA has incorporated and has been leaders in regards to body cams in this particular contract. I just want to thank them for that measure. It speaks volumes in terms of the direction they believe that transparency will provide to Nassau County residents. But it begs the question on what exactly happened with the last police contracts, and then how that pertains to the body cam measure that myself and my colleagues had put together in terms of trying to do a body cam pilot program. I mean, at that time, it sounded like the unions were not in support of it. And if the unions are not in support of a CCRB, how does this how does this play out any differently?
So it would work out differently depending if it had to be mandatory item of negotiation. If that's the case, regardless of the topic, we would have to enter into an MOA, which would amend this contract at any point in time. If it's just impact negotiations, we could implement it, but we would be required to negotiate the impact of that with the union.
So I understand that you would have to enter into a memorandum of agreement to be able to do that. But what I'm trying to say is that to judge the willingness of what the unions would do, the appropriate time would be now. That when you're negotiating and give and take on both sides on a multitude of issues. I'm sure the SOA basically had to get something in the agreement. It's a contract. It's something that's being negotiated, and I'm sure there was give and take for them to accept body cameras. I'm glad they did. It shows that the fortitude of their union, but at the same time, there's give and take. Now you're saying that you would come at a later point after the agreement is done to establish an MOA, which I'm guessing, if I'm understanding you correctly, the union, the county would reopen the contract and potentially give something back in order to get something in that the community at large is looking for as part of the reforms? I don't know. I've only been in the county for the last 18 years. I don't think I've ever seen that happen to a particular contract. I could be wrong, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
I wouldn't.
So I just want to make sure I understand your logic correctly.
I wouldn't call it reopening. We would not be reopening the entire contract. No, we would be amending, adding to it. And that would, if it requires mandatory negotiations because it's a term and condition of employment, we would be required to do. If it does not,
so basically you're saying that you would reopen it, and at the same time you're expressing that the union, you're not too sure what the union would support, but obviously you're stating for the record today that the union would basically, I mean, they would have to do it, is what you're implying, which I don't think that's the case. But if I'm understanding you correctly, you're not giving them anything as part of the MOA because you're not reopening the agreement. So being or the contract, you're not giving them anything. So basically, they're just going to have to accept whatever you propose.
Respectfully, no, I'm not saying that, and it's too hypothetical for me to answer what we would give in a concession for something. I just don't know. It's premature for me to answer that. But again, it would have to be a mandatory item of negotiation. So if it's not, there's nothing. It doesn't touch the contract at all. So we may not
Tatum,
need to amend.
I actually respectfully disagree because, like I said before, this is not pie in the sky. This is not me making it up. I believe Amy Marion, I don't know if she's still there, but I know she spoke on behalf of the group that I'm talking about. They held a press conference on the steps of the legislature, and one of their reforms was CCRB. That's not hypothetical. Now we're in the reality realm. And if they garner the support for CCRB, and we start to hear this at our community meetings when this gets rolled out, I have to tell you, it would be embarrassing if you're going to say to a large majority of people, a reform they're seeking is not going to be incorporated into the reform plan. Then what are we doing that for? I mean, look, I support the fact that we're doing community centers and officers on bikes. That's great. But more importantly, I want to make sure I hear it from people that are pushing for the reforms. I want to hear what their priorities are. And it sounded like to me from the group that was there, one of their priorities was a CCRB. And obviously we need to wait to see what the larger community anticipates and supports. But I would want to see their support. I would want to see what the larger community supports and make sure it's incorporated into the reforms. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Legislator Chris Nicolino, Director of Labor Relations. I'm reluctant to say on the record what is and what isn't a subject of mandatory negotiation because our friends from the unions are here and we often disagree on what those are exactly. But if it's a policy that's being implemented, I would maintain that it's something we don't have to negotiate it. If it's something that affects the terms and conditions of the workplace, it is. I don't know where the CCRB would fit in on that spectrum, but certainly we could address it through an MOA if it was something that did need to be negotiated, or we could address it through a policy modification if it was something that didn't have to be negotiated. Nothing will be set in stone, in other words, by this contract and the signing off of this contract.
Well, thank you, Chris, for saying that. Look, I'm using the CCRB as an example because that has been presented and has been documented, whether it's by Newsday reports or whoever. But what I'm ultimately saying is that there could be a group of reforms that, if we're not cognizant of what they are right now, they can very well impact what the collective bargaining agreements this legislative body approves. And from that standpoint, I'll be voting no on the contract today. But thank you, Chris, and thank you, Tatum, and thank you, Commissioner, for your candidates today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Legislator Ford.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I just want to go back. I guess I'm a little just confused in regard to the reforms and the process that we're going through. It appears to me that you have already brought some of these recommendations to the public or by Zoom meetings.
So we present if somebody brings up, and let's use of force, and they talk about, the use of force. We saw what happened in Minneapolis. We explained to them that we don't teach the chokehold. We never have. We teach a thing called the carotid restraint. But under the new law, it has been removed. The last class, we put out a departmental order. We don't have to wait to April to do that. As a matter of fact, we can't wait to April. We made that change. That's already done. That's already in place. So that is a modification to the use of force. And there's many other that come with that. But that's an example of how some things we changed right away. Mental health. You will know we have a committee. And Commissioner McCummings has done an outstanding job with what we've been sitting down and having great meetings on it. How we can treat those people that need that service better and what we can do. But some of the changes I've already implemented because I can't wait for the change to notice that I have a shortcoming. I have to fix that now. And we've done that. And so some of the recommendations that come forward, we've changed them already. Some of the recommendations that come forward, we still meet and discuss on how we can do it. Data collection is one of the biggest, and how we can do better on data collection. Again, that's what we're working towards. So when that all gets compiled from these working groups, it's going to go out. And when it goes out, we're going to get more recommendations. Some we will take, some we won't. Or some have already been in there, just not seen the right way. So it's how, and then we finish that document and we present it back to all of you. You'll get it at the same time the public gets it, of course.
Right, because we were hoping that maybe we could see the recommendations prior to the public also, because in case any of us have any recommendations as well. I mean,
that might not be an issue. Let me take a look at it. But again, it's a breathing document. If I gave it to you today, but at the end of next week, I've made numerous changes just from the last PAC meeting.
Because I guess you heard, like, from so many of the legislators, we're all a little frustrated because we have no idea what's been discussed. Basically, what are the ideas? What are the recommendations at this point? And, voting on something today, and we don't know what impact it may have on the contract. Should it be passed next year with these recommendations?
I can tell you and again, I don't even know, CCRB can be done with a separate deal on the side. But again, and the camera's already in the works, which is great. And I don't know discussions with the PBA, and I don't know that.
Yeah.
But what I do know this is the majority, almost all of the changes in reform have nothing to do with an item that I have to negotiate. They're policies, they're procedures on how we train. The only thing with training would become how I train, meaning I can't bring them on a day off without paying them. Yeah. So that has to be, figured out. But if I have training days, as I do in the SOA contract, I can bring them in now and train them.
All right, which is good. But I guess with the reforms too, you've had to incorporate basically the reform or the repeal of 50A, right? With any of those changes, are they take part in these type of recommendations also from?
On the what? I didn't hear what it was.
The
on
50A when they pass that.
Yeah. That's law. So that's not reform. That's do it. It has to be done.
Oh, all right, so that's done, and then with in mind whatever recommendations that the public have and everything like that. What if all of a sudden we go through all this, we come up with our recommendations, we think it's good, you know, and we send it up to the governor and he doesn't like what we did?
I could tell you, and look, I've read the guide several times, and I understand what's in it, and I understand what we do. I don't know who wrote the guide, but it wasn't directed at Nassau County Police Department.
Okay.
It's directed at a broader audience. Not that there are some things that we have to do better. I agree. Some things we could fix and do better. I agree. But it's written to cover the broad spectrum of all those 500 agencies in the state of New York.
Okay, I thank you. And I do want to say that I think that you have been rather progressive in approaching the police department and with some of the reforms.
Thank you.
So I respect you for that. Thank you.
Any other legislators? The only thing I would add is just to amplify what Legislator Ford just said. I mean, every institution, especially a paramilitary institution, needs to be looked at on a regular basis. Reforms are always welcome. Additional training is always welcome, and we'll see what comes out of this process. But the discussion here has to be in the context of every department, who it has had some flaws and missteps over the years, but has been remarkably successful. And as you have said, proactive in terms of its training, in terms of how its members operate, the professionalism, the education. So, I mean, we'll discuss reform going forward, and then obviously something's going to be presented to us at one point, but let's not lose sight of the focus that this department in particular has been overwhelmingly successful.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone remote? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the contract signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Okay, I believe it's a 16-3 vote. We have everyone here, yes. With Carrier Salage, Legislator Bino, and Minority Leader Abraham is voting in the negative. So the contract passes. Thank you, Tatum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you,
President.
everyone. Thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. We have a couple of things coming up, and I think we as a caucus need to discuss just a couple of developments. And we want to give Frank a break. We're always worried about you. right, let's get started again. We still have some more emergency items to consider. All right. We have a second emergency calendar. There's 3 items on it, 290 of 2020. Right, we're going to hold off on the emergency items until we make sure we have the item. We'll go back to the main calendar. Item 29, resolution number 154, a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to amend the 2019 Housing and Urban Development Action Plan as amended and to file an application for additional federal assistance with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Moved by Legislator McKevitt. Seconded by Legislator Muley. Hello, Kevin.
Good afternoon. Kevin Crean, Office of Community Development. This item before you is an amendment to the 2019 Annual Action Plan. Is actually the second amendment. The purpose for the amendment is to add additional CARES Act funding that was awarded to the county under the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Emergency Solutions Grants Program. The Block Grant Program has an additional $9.5 million, and the Emergency Solutions Grant Program an additional $10.6 million. So the amendment went through a 5-day comment period prior to the being on the legislative calendar under committees on November 9th. So that time period has elapsed. Once the legislature acts on the action plan amendment, we will submit the plan to HUD for their review.
Can you give me that breakdown again in terms of...
Yes. The CARES Act funding had several rounds of allocations in them. So there was a Community Development Block Grant CV Round 1, where the county received about $8.5 million, and Emergency Solutions Grant Round 1, which had $4.2 million. So those were in our first amendment that was approved in April. So then the second round for both of those pots of money went just to states and territories. The third round then had additional allocations to entitlements such as Nassau County. So that included $9.5 million for the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus and $10.6 million for the Emergency Solutions Grants Coronavirus.
These are monies we're receiving that we ordinarily would not get from...
That's correct. The programs are, the rules governing these programs are the same as the general Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, except for the fact that HUD issued numerous waivers for several items to, and the funds have to be utilized to address, to respond to, or plan for, or prevent the coronavirus spread.
What kind of waivers?
Well, one of the waivers included the caps on public services for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Generally, the program has a 15% cap on public services. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, the response includes many public services, for instance, the food bank distribution, emergency food, mental health and substance abuse, workforce development. Those items all come under the category of public services. So generally, the block grant program has a 15% cap on that. So the cap was waived, so we can provide a much larger amount of funding toward those priority items.
I want to focus on the portion that is slated to go for the grants for the restaurants.
All right, so the portion slated to go for the restaurants comes under the category of economic development. Under the first round, we had funding allocated for that as well, but the economic development funds went for the PPE distribution that was done at several dates in Eisenhower Park for the businesses in general as they were reopening. We also allocated funding through the LEAC, the Local Economic Assistance Corporation, which is a nonprofit arm of the IDA, In conjunction with the Boost of the New York Forward program, we established the Boost Nassau program through an allocation of $250,000 in economic development funds through the first round of block grant funding. We have leveraged $10 million through the National Development Council. So about they've now cleared $1 million in loans awarded under that program. So that came under the first round. And that program is ongoing, that Boost Nassau program. In the second round, the economic development funds have been targeted to assisting the restaurants to recover from the pandemic. So those will be provided as grants. That's the anticipation.
Is that in the federal guidelines, requirements, regulations in terms of this portion? Is it specifically allocated by the feds?
It's an eligible activity, and it's been an eligible activity under the block grant program. The assistance to for-profit businesses is eligible. There are some requirements that go with that, obviously, but we can provide the funds either through loans, loan guarantees, grants. It's up to the local municipality how they wish to provide those funds. Every activity that's funded under the block grant program also has to meet a national objective of the program. Generally, the most useful one is low and moderate income benefit. You can do that through area benefit. So a lot of our downtowns that have census data that allows us to provide funding for downtown improvements. Could be facade improvements to businesses, street and sidewalk improvements, park improvements. That would be done on an area-wide basis. Then you have the limited clientele where you can actually identify the individuals that will be benefiting, such as housing rehabilitation. So the individual would have to have an income that complies. In this case, economic development, the low and moderate income benefit can be addressed through job creation or job retention. So generally, the program requires that you have a minimum of one job created or retained per $50,000 in assistance. The coronavirus waivers actually increase that amount to $85,000. So you can provide a lot more funding with fewer jobs created. Our program, what we're enacting is a $10,000 grant. So it should be very easy for restaurants to identify one low-mod income job for $10,000 in assistance. So we're trying to set the bar low for these restaurants so as many restaurants can qualify as possible.
And the total amount that's set aside for this restaurant program is $2.5 million?
$2.5 million is the total allocation, yes.
How did you arrive at that number? Could it have been more? Could it have been less?
It could have been more. It could have been less. We still have some funds that are budgeted but aren't specifically earmarked to specific projects yet. So if the demand is so great that we decide we may want to open up and do a second round, it is possible for us to move some more money into that program.
And does it have to be restricted under federal regulations to restaurants? Could it be other commercial activities with low or moderate income employees?
It does not have to be restricted to restaurants. No, it can be opened up to other businesses. We thought because of the limited amount of money available, and really $10,000 per restaurant, we're really targeting 300 restaurants. So to open it up to all different types of businesses, we just thought would be spreading the money too thin and wouldn't really have an impact on the businesses in Nassau County.
Who's going to make the decision as to which restaurants are eligible?
The National Development Council, we're contracting with them to run the program. They have been running a similar program in a consortium of communities in northern Texas. So we looked at the criteria they're using there, and we made some changes to it so that it fits our needs here. But essentially, those applications that come in will be funded as they are completed. So the applications that come in and are completed and are eligible, they'll be funded through the chronologically received. Those that are incomplete, NDC will work with them to make sure they're complete. We've also set it up so that there's going to be a 25% set aside for restaurants that are owned by minority business enterprises or women-owned business enterprises.
What is this National Development Council? Is it a private entity, a public entity?
It's a not-for-profit that operates nationally. We have contracted with them already, so this is an amendment to their contract. When we did our 2020 consolidated plan, our 5-year consolidated plan, we have been hearing from a lot of our consortium members that they wanted to establish an economic development program. This is something we spoke to the National Development Council about a year ago. And our contract with the National Development Council actually includes the economic development component. We had planned to fund that with 2020 funds, and then that was before the pandemic hit. So that was already included in our contract with them. We anticipated having to amend the contract to add funds to it at this time using 2020 funds. Right now we're using the coronavirus funds and trying to address a specific need. We felt that a lot of our consortium members, although they have expressed a need and desire to have an economic development program, one, it wasn't fair to have different small programs operating in cities or towns or villages where businesses in other villages that did not have the capacity to run their own program would be shut out of that program. So it was more preferable to have a countywide program so that any business in Nassau County could apply as long as they were eligible.
Okay. Just got two more questions and I'll be done. Number one, what is it that prevents influence on the National Development Council in this election process? Bigwig calls them up and says, I want restaurant B to be covered. Are these guys outside outside of influence, leverage, or whatever?
Is anyone outside influence? I can't say, but I think the way the program is set up, they will have an online application portal. So that will all be, and the portal will rank the applications as they come in. They'll be dated, they'll be time-stamped, so it'll be clear as to when the applications came in, and we can provide some oversight as to how they're rating and the ranking.
Okay, thank you.
But the county, we will not have any oversight. We will not see the list of applications that are, or of applicants that are on their list. We will not be providing them with any instructions on how to award businesses other than the constraints the program setup.
Okay, so the restaurants themselves, their application will go into the National Development Council?
That's correct.
The county doesn't see that?
That's correct.
All right. Just one last question. Are there restrictions on how the restaurants can spend the grant money?
We purposely worked with the NDC because initially we were thinking about helping businesses address the desire to have outdoor seating. As maybe we could help them purchase heat lamps or tents. As the season went on and we realized that a lot of businesses, one, had already purchased heat lamps, and we understood that there were restrictions for the use of heat lamps and tents placed on by the fire marshal. And we heard from a lot of the consortium member communities that there are restaurants in their municipalities that don't have access to parking lots, either because they're on the middle of the street or the sidewalks are not wide enough. We decided to make the program more general. So essentially it's operating capital. So they can use it to pay their staffs, they can use it to purchase food, pay insurance, pay their rent, what have you. So that's purposely left very vague and make it more flexible for the restaurants themselves.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon.
I know that one of the requirements for a restaurant to be eligible is that they have to have been in business prior to, I think, March 9th of 2019, or like around that date, say March 1st of 2019. You know, my concern is also for the new businesses, the new restaurants. Is there any way, I don't know if this is possible under this, like if a restaurant, say, was ABC restaurant, and like say in April of 2019, the ownership changed. It's the same restaurant, same location, the ownership changed from ABC to CD, okay? Is the new owner still eligible to be able to try to get the grant of either $5,000 to $10,000?
I did get some clarification on that because we've heard that question before. And the definition of in operation would include being incorporated. So if the business, even if they had not opened on March 1st, they would have had to file their incorporation papers months earlier. So even if they opened in August or September, in essence, they probably would have been in operation by March 1st. In the case where a business changes hands, that's our intent as well, that this will be inclusive. We're trying not to restrict it so much, but the businesses do have to show that they have seen a financial hit due to the coronavirus. That's part of the federal regulations for this coronavirus money, that they have to have seen a revenue drop off. So they do have to have a certain number of months of receipts so that they could demonstrate the change in the revenue from pre-COVID to post-COVID.
So then a restaurant that maybe would have been slated to open in May and found that they couldn't open, they wouldn't be eligible for this?
Technically, no, because they would not be able to show a drop in revenue. In May of 2020, you say?
But yeah, say, say they were gonna open up May 19, 2019, but because of the 2020, what am I talking about? I'm like,
No,
in
May
another
of
world.
20
I'm sorry, but yeah.
No, May of 2019, they should be fine, because they would have had incorporated, had to file for permits, and they would have been an entity already at that point,
Okay.
by March.
All right, by March.
How far into the fall we go, then you start to get a little bit more touchy.
Okay, so then any business that was slated to open this year, I'm losing my mind, but they would not be eligible.
Not under this current program, no. I think if we do see that where there's a significant demand for new businesses that we're not able to open,
Yeah.
we could, adjust the program in a second run out. From what we're hearing, just given the last couple of days, this is a very popular program. It's a lot of restaurants and municipalities are telling us that there's a high demand for this. So we do expect to be oversubscribed to the $2.5 million. And we'll see how the other items in our budget go. But we may be able to make some additional funds available. And so we could make some changes to the requirements at that point.
I hope so, because I know after Sandy, there were grants that were given to businesses, and, and unfortunately, some of them that had opened, right before Sandy hit, were not eligible. And sad to say, I think two of them down in my area were actually both women-owned businesses, and they went under, So I'm hoping, if the intent is to give them the assistance so that they stay in business and they're economically viable, that even the new ones, we could find a path, to help them so that they can continue to stay in operation and hopefully, service for many, many years. So
there was a lot of discussion and just trying to work out the parameters of the program. One also considered making it a priority or strictly for downtowns, because so much of our community development block grant money over the last few years has gone to improving downtown revitalization projects. But then there'd be a lot of restaurants that are in shopping centers and strip malls that would have been shut out. So we're trying to make it as inclusive as possible, but you have to draw the line at some point, just so that there's some structure around the program. But if we see that there are a lot of businesses that fall short, we're willing to listen to make adjustments.
You might hear from food truck people, so,
I did see another community that is looking at food trucks. Since we were working on this, we've been looking at other programs. And I guess in different parts of the country, food trucks are, I know they're more popular, particularly in Long Beach and areas, but yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Legislator Rhodes, someone over here? Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Could you just tell us, I know that $2 million is going towards the restaurant program through the Community Development Block Grants, but I understand that there was $9.5 million that was received?
9.5. And in the staff summary that I think should have been provided with, it outlines the different pots of funding. So
Can you just go through
sure.
The remaining 7.5 and where that's being, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's quite right. They're large buckets, so it's not
the remaining
a long
7
list.
and where
Won't take long. So
where that's going?
Subsistence payments is earmarked for $4 million. So that is something we're still trying to work out. But essentially, subsistence payments is something it's an odd concept, but it falls under it's listed under the ineligible activities under the Community Development Block Grant Program, except for this allowance. So you can provide subsistence payments, which would include paying for rent arrears or paying for rental assistance for at least 3 months or for no more than 3 months. The coronavirus waivers, I believe, extended that to 4 months. So that is something that we're looking to do.
That's commercial, resident, what is
residential? Okay. Residential. So that's earmarked for $4 million subsistence payments. Food banks, another $1 million. We're now trying to determine the extent of the need because there was a lot of funding for food banks earmarked in the first round, and a lot of that money is still not spent, but those vouchers are rolling in now, so we'll see where we're at with that, how that goes moving forward. Health services, $214,000. Mental health and substance abuse services, $500,000. Both of those items also were included in the first round, So we'll see if there's where the need is and the demand for that. So it's possible there might be some unallocated monies in those two pots as well. Employment, training, and workforce development. We had a program in the first round with Nassau Community College to specifically train healthcare workers, both as trying to identify those residents who may have been put out of work and now looking to change careers, but also to train more healthcare workers to address the pandemic. So that was something that we thought was specifically eligible. That's $500,000. And $2.5 million through the Economic Development Fund. Under the planning line, it was $150,000, which is earmarked specifically for a health disparity study for the minority communities. That RFP has been issued already, so that funding will be available when the responses come in and we have a chance to review them.
So we're using community development block grant funding to do the disparity study?
Not the disparity study for businesses. There's two disparity studies. This is specifically for healthcare disparities.
Okay.
So why the minority communities were hit harder by the coronavirus. So that's something we're looking to address. Is it the availability of healthcare? Is it the different types of jobs? We're just trying to get that study to determine what the extent is and the causes for it, and that will allow us to plan for the future using block grant dollars to target those areas of need. And then there's additional funding for administration as well.
For
administration for the running of the program.
And what's the funding for the running of the program?
$700,000.
Are we bringing on additional staff?
No.
So what would
We've
be the
tried,
need for
but
this?
Andy Persich wouldn't let us, so we're stuck with what we've got.
Well, I guess the point is, what would be the point of spending an additional $700 on program, $700,000 on program administration? Wouldn't that be better served actually going towards the program?
And it may end up going to the program. Right now, our staff is spending an inordinate amount of time, as you can imagine, just trying to set up these two new programs, so we can build time to this program that would have been billed to our regular block grant program. So that'll carry over into next year. So it'll give us some flexibility.
So I'm a little, in looking through the breakdown, and for example, we have $10 million going to, of the $20 million allocated. We have $10 million going towards essentially homeless prevention, housing relocation, and stabilization services.
Right, that's the Emergency Solutions Grant.
Oh, it's certainly important, no question about it. But it seems as though we've got a management information system for $325,000, OCD administration program for $420,000. We have OCD administration, which is $700,000 that we spoke about. We have rapid rehousing, housing relocation, stabilization services. Is that a street outreach for $2.3 million to reach out to unsheltered homeless individuals and families. Aren't these things that we're already doing, though? Like, I'm concerned that it seems as though we're spending an awful lot on programs, administration, sort of in-house costs that we could be devoting towards providing actual relief.
Well, what you're reading off of now is the Emergency Solutions Grants Program, which is much more restrictive than the block grant money. So that has to go toward addressing the needs of the homeless populations and preventing homelessness. We do have an existing homeless prevention program that's run out of our office, so there's additional COVID money that's going toward that. Right now, we're impacted by the eviction moratorium. So we have not actually been able to spend any of that money, either from the first round or from our regular funding, because of the eviction moratorium. One of the requirements is that the individuals be at risk of homelessness through eviction, and because of the moratorium, no one has an eviction notice filed against them. But we expect that to increase after January.
I guess my question is, why are we spending so much of the $10 million that's being allocated towards homeless prevention? Why are we spending so much on administrative costs as opposed to actual programming?
Well, the bulk of the administrative money for the homeless under the Emergency Solutions Grants Program will probably be contracted out to other entities who will be carrying on these tasks for us. So the rapid rehousing program is something that we have not funded in the last number of years, but it's a HUD priority right now, as is street outreach. We didn't allocate any money for street outreach in the first round, but we are hearing that there are additional homeless persons impacted because of the coronavirus, either through mental health issues or for loss of income. So the street outreach will allow some of those entities, some of those nonprofits that we work with, to go out into the field and to identify the homeless, provide them with case management, and hopefully get them housing. So that is something that we're working on right now.
And that's something we don't do already?
Not our office. DSS does some of that, and we're trying to coordinate with DSS. But no, we don't do the street outreach. Our staff, only have one person right now assigned to the Emergency Solutions Grant program.
Is there a reason why DSS can't pick that up? In other words, why are two different departments trying to do the same thing?
We do try and coordinate. I mean, essentially, the Emergency Solutions Grant program falls under our office because it's part of HUD's consolidated programs. So the reporting to HUD, the action plan coordination is all done through our office. We have discussed with DSS taking on some of those roles. They have other issues on their end. But they do street outreach, but it's a civil service position, so it's just 9 to 5 during the week. This allows us to go out on the weekends and in the evenings and respond to more emergency conditions that are brought to our attention.
And specifically with the Community Development Block Grant Program, I noticed that it's great that we're helping restaurants. I mean, that's fantastic. I guess it's a two-part question. Are we doing anything to push back on some of the new restrictions that have gone into place? Not permitting dining after 10 o'clock, not permitting gym operation after 10 o'clock. I don't know that, if there's any more danger sitting down and having dinner at 9:30 than there is at 10:30 from COVID. So are we pushing back in any of those restrictions that are coming down from the state, which would really help restaurants because they're losing an entire seating theoretically?
That'll be outside my purview, but that'll be outside my job description. But I know the county executive has expressed her displeasure with those restrictions, as have a lot of the restaurants, particularly the 10 o'clock closure of the in-house dining, because they see they're losing that 9 o'clock seating time frame. I can't say what the county executive or the administration may have done in response or to contact the governor's office, but so.
And is there any thought to going beyond restaurants? I mean, you have small businesses of all types throughout the county that have been dramatically impacted. As Legislator Ferretti is going to follow up on, you've got gyms, you have movie theaters, you've got a whole variety of places that have been dramatically impacted by this that simply aren't going to be able to survive.
There was some consideration to that, and we did hear that from some of our communities. The restaurant industry in particular, I think, is an easy category to make eligible, because this is still block grant money, so it still has to target low and moderate income jobs. Restaurants, I think, will have an easier time qualifying for having low and moderate income jobs. Yes, for the ushers at movie theaters are probably also lower income, as are some of the workers at gyms. But they also have a smaller employee base. We tried to guard against making the program too wide and too broad, and then having very little impact. We thought the restaurant industry was something we could make an impact with this amount of money that we did have. As I mentioned, this is something we've been looking at doing even before COVID, was to make a economic development loan program available. Loans, obviously, with the return, you can refunnel that money and put it out for more loans, and then assist more businesses as you go forward. And that's something that we're still looking to do. So that's funding that we had available in 2020. With the onset of COVID, we're just trying to marshal our resources and address a current need. But the economic development loan program is something we still want to establish, and that would be available to all businesses. New businesses that would come in and bring new jobs to the county, and businesses that would, that are threatening to leave Nassau County because they have an offer somewhere else, and they can stay here if they are able to purchase a piece of equipment or maybe expand their business. But the requirement is that they either have create or retain low and moderate income jobs. So that is something that's going to be still in place as that program goes forward.
Do we anticipate there being any additional grant funding available at some later time? Because the issue is going to be, if in fact we do have an additional shutdown at some point in time, even the businesses that managed to survive this first round simply may not be able to survive the second round. And it seems as though we should be doing something to help those businesses and try and preserve those jobs.
Absolutely. The CARES Act was announced, I believe, in late March, early April, and it was announced at the time that there would be 3 rounds of block grant money. The first round was supposed to be released on the same formula that the regular block grant money is released, and that came forward pretty quickly. This legislature approved our plan for that in April. Then we were waiting for the second round to be announced. The second round of Emergency Solutions grant money was announced, I believe, in sometime over the summer, June and July. We kept being told that the second round of block grant money that was coming to counties would be announced shortly. It wasn't announced until September 11th, so it was much delayed for whatever reason. I don't know why Congress delayed in releasing it, or the administration. I'm not sure whose call it was, but that came out much later. As you know, there is a lot of talk in Washington about another stimulus package, another round of funding, potentially to assist municipalities with their operating costs, also to assist businesses. I think with the political climate right now, I think it's going to be some time before they settle on anything. We're hopeful.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to be heard? Yes, Legislator Ferretti.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you.
So, the 2.5 that's dedicated, 2.5 million that's dedicated to the restaurant industry. That's out of 9.5. The grant.
Yes.
The total grant is 9.5.
Correct.
All right. So, the other 7 million is already allocated for other uses. Correct.
It's budgeted for specific types of uses. But as I mentioned, the food banks, the subsistence payments. The subsistence payments is the one category that we are having discussions with a particular nonprofit to try and craft the policy around those programs. The other items, the food banks, the health services, the mental health services, are all categories that we funded in the first round. And right now, even though we've earmarked that money for those needs, we're waiting to see what the additional needs are. So if the needs fall short of our budget, those monies can be repurposed and moved into other funding pots, including economic development.
All right. Now, you indicated that the money that's dedicated right now to the restaurant industry could be changed. It could be moved up. It could be moved down, reduced or increased. Correct?
Moved up and moved down in some sense?
Decreased or increased. So if in the future we need to, or you find that instead of 300 restaurants, we want 400 restaurants, you could increase the amount of that grant, that 9.5, increase the 2.5 that's dedicated to restaurants to something else, right?
You mean to another economic development purposes, other types of businesses?
No, to restaurants. Let's say, you say 2 months from now, it turns out the 2.5 wasn't sufficient to really help the restaurant industry. You want to do another 500,000. That would come out of that 9.5 total, right?
Correct, yes.
And so you'd be taking from some other allocation that you currently have?
Yes, but that, as I pointed out, that those other allocations are not committed to any specific nonprofit or any other industry. So it would be budgeted needs, not necessarily a commitment that would be canceling.
Okay, right. But it would, once in the event that we pass this, then it's in the administration's discretion to reallocate any amount, and that's in excess of the 2.5 million for restaurants, right?
That's right. We would just need to advise HUD of the change in the budget.
Okay. And so if the administration wanted to have a similar grant to a different type of industry, bowling alleys. I know bowling alleys have been killed throughout this. They were closed until September completely. And now they were in operation in September and October, but now they're being shut down at 10 o'clock. And I don't know if you're an avid bowler like I am, but most of these bowling alleys, they survive on league bowling, and league bowling is, specifically money leagues, which tend to be at night. They don't get started till 8:30, 9 o'clock. So a lot of these leagues are out, and so the bowling alleys, while they're allowed to stay open till 10, a lot of them I know they're not even going to because they can't turn a profit. So bowling alleys have really been decimated. Has there been any communication with bowling alleys, with owners of these bowling alleys, in terms of them getting some portion of this?
Not from our office, and none of the consortium members we spoke to raised the particular issue of bowling alleys. They did mention, businesses in general, but not specifically bowling alleys. No, but it is something we'd look at, and I guess the first step would be to find out what their employee base is. So are they low, moderate income? And I'm sure, feel confident that they would have low, moderate income employees. And based on the standards we have with the restaurants, if it's a similar type program, they'd only have to identify one low, moderate income employee that they'd be saving that person's job. So that's a possibility, yes.
Well, I can tell you as an ex-bowling alley employee, that's definitely low, moderate income.
I'm sure, yes.
But in any event, I'm going to vote in favor of this. I want to help the restaurant industry as much as we can, but I just wish there was a little bit more communication with the legislature before announcing this publicly, because I'm sure we have a lot of good ideas here too, and we're on the ground in these districts, really interacting with all these industries, whether it be bowling alleys or gyms or bakeries or whatever. And there are certainly a lot of other industries that are getting hammered as well. So, just going forward, I'd ask for the increased collaboration, and but I will be supporting this. But thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
We have Legislator DeRizzi Whitten, Legislator Bino, and Legislator Walker. Legislator Bino and Legislator...
Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Kevin.
Good evening. Thank you.
So, on the study for the health disparities in minority communities, I hope that we look at environmental impacts. Some of the communities are closely seated, in proximity to industrial areas. So I know that, in fact, the town of North Hempstead is moving forward on a piece of legislation to try and encourage these owners to, build out their establishments and encapsulate some of the, and mitigate some of the contaminants that are getting out. But I hope we look at that. I hope that's a part of the study.
Well, the RFP, as I mentioned, is issued. So once the responses come back, we'll see how they believe they can address the study.
Good.
And we're working with the Department of Health on that as well. So I'm sure they'll have some input.
Excellent. And I know you spent some time on the street outreach, but let me just ask the question. When they go out and they do the outreach, this same funding could then pay for their shelter? Is that the thought?
It's all part of the same grant program. The street outreach is specific categories. There's very few activities that are activity categories in the Emergency Solutions Grants program. So you have your sheltering, homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, street outreach, and then HMIS is the HUD information system that they're all required to use to collect data on the homeless population. So those, like I said, they're very general, broad categories. So the street outreach would be one specific eligible category. The rapid rehousing is technically another activity, but it all falls under the Emergency Solutions Grant program. So
I guess I don't fully understand the use of the $2.3 million, because I understand that you want to employ your own team, but I know that's not going to cost $2.3 million.
No, the $2.2 million for street outreach is not for our office. That we actually have a couple of proposals right now for nonprofits that would do the street outreach. So that would include the purchase of potentially the purchase of transportation like vans, equipping them so that they have plexiglass screens between the driver and any passengers. So that's all included. The street outreach themselves, the staff persons that would be going out to speak to the homeless, to provide the case management, to get their data so they can put that into the homeless management information system, the HMIS system, so we can see what kind of benefits they may be eligible for. This is something that we've worked with in the past on with like Veterans Affairs. A lot of the homeless, or some of the homeless population, may be homeless veterans. But until you identify them and find out what they may be qualified for, it's hard to hook them up with those different funding sources. So that's part of the street outreach program. One of the proposals we have to do street outreach is from United Veterans Beacon House that specifically targets homeless veterans, but not exclusively. So they do have to outreach to the general public. We're in discussions with them now. We're just reviewing proposals. But one of the things we're looking at doing is to try and possibly fund 2 or 3 nonprofit organizations to provide the street outreach. That would include on-call services. So if we do get referrals from many of your offices or from the villages or chambers of commerce that say that they've noticed gathering of homeless in different areas, that they can do targeted street outreach. But also to do regular site visits to areas where people that were homeless are known to congregate, so they can interact with the homeless and try and bring them back into the fold and identify potential housing locations for them.
Okay, and so through your discussion, you've actually answered another question, which was, were we going to give this contract to multiple entities? So but thank you for answering that before I even asked. The other question I would have is, it's in line with what Legislator Rhodes asked. I'm familiar with the HIT team, and I know that they're out there, and they're out of social services. Listen, I know that the need has really increased since COVID, and so we do believe that we have a need to this large extent that we need to supplement the HIT team.
I believe so, yes. As I think I mentioned, street outreach is not a category that we have funded in the last couple of years. We did fund the Long Island Coalition for the Homeless to do some street outreach a couple of years ago, and some of that money is still being utilized. But because of the pandemic right now, the demand is so much greater. I don't think the HIT team can handle it all on their own. Plus, as I mentioned, being able to send out teams on the weekends and in the evenings, early morning hours, is something that the HIT team, I think, is not able to handle.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further debate or discussion? Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that thorough presentation. I'm going to call for a vote on this. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Before we go back to the emergency items, let's cover the last items that are on this calendar, which are 40, 41, and 42. 40 is an bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance capital projects identified herein within the county, and authorizing $41,666,467 of bonds of the county to finance such expenditure. 41 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a design-build contract with the State of New York Department of Environmental Conservation. 42 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a modification agreement to the Administrative Consent Agreement and Cooperative Agreement with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. These items are moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Ford. Puts them all before us.
Good evening, Ken Arnold, Public Works. 349-20 is a capital bond ordinance. This item is mainly associated with providing sufficient bond ordinance to support the Bay Park conveyance project. The department recognized when the final engineer's estimate was done that additional bond ordinance beyond the $460 million we currently have would be necessary. As we're getting financing through the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation, they require the applicant to provide bond authorization in the amount of all project costs. The department made a decision at the time not to request additional authorization based on an estimate, but wait until the project costs were known. Once the design build contractor's cost is finalized, the total project cost has been set at $513.7 million, of which $20 million will be provided directly by the state to cover easements and acquisitions. That leaves a total of $493.7 million of bond ordinance required for our EFC loan application. The other projects included in this item are reauthorizations of 2 capital projects that expired but are still needed, and also rescinding bond authorization associated with the Bay Park grants we received for Sandy. Do you just want me to read all 3 items and then?
Yeah.
Okay, item 350-20 is a contract with Western Bay Constructors. It's my pleasure to present to you for the consideration of this contract, because once completed, it will be transformational for the Western Bays. The purpose of the Bay Park Conveyance Project is to significantly reduce the discharge of nitrogen into Reynolds Channel and Long Island's Western Bays by eliminating the regular discharge from the Bay Park treatment plant to the channel. This will stop the degradation and loss of valuable marshlands that provide resiliency and protection from waves and storm surge. As nitrogen influx into the Western Bay decreases, marsh species that traditionally absorb wave energy will return, providing coastal protection to Nassau County's South Shore. Replenishment of marshlands will prevent flooding and unhealthy living environments. This will also lead to resurgence of the region's marine life and an increase in recreational opportunities, both of which will have the beneficial economic impact to our community. During my 34 career in the department, there has been a constant discussion on how to remove the outflow from the Reynolds Channel associated with this Bay Park sewage plant. The challenge was always how you permit a second ocean outfall in the county and how is it paid for. Throughout this time, the county looked at solutions, but work really began in earnest around 2012 when we performed a study on how Bay Park could meet future nitrogen limits. The study completed in 2014 confirmed our concerns of significant costs and uncertainty of achieving required permits to add a new ocean outfall or the substantial funding and additional property required to have nitrogen removal treatment to the current level of technology. So in 2015, discussions started within the department whether an existing retired water main that services New York City that the county owns running beneath Sunrise Highway could be utilized in any manner. That initial concept of using this retired water main to move treated sewage from Bay Park to Cedar Creek and then maximize the capacity of the existing Cedar Creek ocean outfall is the contract in front of you today. There has been a great deal of work done between 2015 and now, including a 2017 report verifying that the retired water main can be utilized, completing the 30% design package, also known as the design criteria report, completing the federal environmental assessments that led to findings of no significant impact, identifying properties requiring easements and working through the state's EDPL process, and holding public and stakeholder outreach and holding meetings with the affected legislators, representatives of the town, villages, and school district. Initially, the county was going to manage this project as a typical design, bid, build contract. The county was ready to award a design contract when New York State approached us in an alternative format called design build. Design build is a contracting process that New York State has found saves money for projects of this size. Recent examples of design build in this region include the Tappan Zee Bridge, the Third Track, Oskaloosa Bridge, and Nassau Expressway projects. At the end of 2017, the department presented to this body the Bay Park Agreement that identified the county's obligation to do this project and a cooperative agreement that outlined the state's commitment to assist us in design build. So today we are presenting a contract with Western-based constructors for a total of $439.4 million. This contract will utilize the approved design criteria report, the approved environmental work plan, and the easements identified as I previously mentioned. The treated effluent will connect to the existing Cedar Creek ocean outfall. There will be no utilization of any treatment processes at Cedar Creek because of this project. The project, in summary, includes the placement of a new effluent diversion pump station at Bay Park, a 60-inch diameter microtunnel from Bay Park to Sunrise Highway, slip lining the existing retired water main along Sunrise Highway, what will result in a new pipeline within the retired water main, a 60-inch diameter microtunnel from Sunrise Highway back to the back end of the Cedar Creek plant, the placement of an effluent receiving station, and the replacement of the existing effluent pumps at Cedar Creek. I will note that the effluent pumps being replaced at Cedar Creek are not needed for the project, but works in parallel to what we're disturbing when we do the work, so we want to get that done today. And finally, a detailed investigation of the existing ocean outfall and the associated diffusers and remedial repairs as required. The procurement process followed the New York State policies consisting of two steps. The first step was a request for qualifications, and the second was a request for proposals. The request for qualifications resulted in receiving statements of qualifications from 5 firms. From these 5 firms, 3 were shortlisted and chosen to receive RFP packages. During the RFP process, one firm made a business decision to drop out. We received 2 proposals, one from Western-based constructors and the second from a team made up of Skanska, Pacifico, and Michaels. The evaluation of these proposals were completed utilizing both county and state staff and supported by our 3 engineering consultant teams that this body previously approved. As I mentioned earlier, The evaluation and negotiations all followed state policies associated with design-build contracting. The proposal evaluation returned that Western-based constructors was the highest technically ranked firm and was also lowest cost. Their proposed cost is $18 million or 4% below our engineer's estimate. The contract negotiations phase of the design-build contract also allows for the inclusion of alternate technical concepts, or ATCs. In short, one of the benefits of utilizing the design-build procurement model is the utilization of concepts developed by proposing firms. Proposing firms are encouraged to develop cost and time-saving concepts which can be accepted or not. Furthermore, accepted concepts developed by non-selected firms can also be utilized in the project. So in the case of this contract, an ATC was accepted which provided some cost savings, but more importantly, removed all surface work from being done at the East Rockaway Junior Senior High School property. This contract includes a project labor agreement and is estimated to result in 2,300 full-time equivalent jobs over the 3-year period with an economic output of about $275 million. Additionally, the contract includes requirements of 23% MWBE and 6% SDVOB participation. As a side note, these percentages will be a tremendous opportunity. As an example, the Bay Park Sandy recovery work with 20% has yielded $99 million being paid to MWBEs since its initiation, and also $4.5 million in contracts for SDVOBs. This contract is being funded by state, federal, and county. The federal government provided the county with a hazardous mitigation grant for a total of $76.9 million. The state has provided a series of grants that total to a sum of $62.1 million. The county's obligation at this time is $354.7 million. The county share will be financed through loans provided by New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation. The timing of these loans and cash flow requirements from the county has been worked out with EFC to satisfy the current concerns of OMB. In closing, I would like to thank not only the legislators who have supported this critically important environmental project, but also the staffs of both the majority and minority. The department has been in continued conversations and meetings with both staffs since the initiation of the proposal process to provide detailed information on the project and the contract before you today. While the contract has only been filed for 7 days, discussions and questions have been ongoing since the summer. I also want to thank the Office of the Inspector General for their cooperation to make time, and in many cases on short notice, to attend the numerous procurement meetings. The governor set a goal in January for this project to be presented to you today. I am very proud of the efforts of the department and our consultant teams working with our state partners in achieving that. Additionally, it would not be possible without the cooperation of your staffs, the Office of the Inspector General, Leg Affairs, Controller, Office Manager and Budget, and the County Attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Could you or maybe Jane just address the new disclosures that were filed today?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jane Hodak, Department of Public Works. So the materials that were filed today were back up to some of the previously filed disclosures. We have reviewed those materials with the Office of Compliance, Robert Cleary. Those materials have also been reviewed by the Office of Inspector General. None of the materials that have been shared with you today are materials that would give us pause to not consider these contractors to be responsible contractors. They are the type of violations, they had previously been described to us in some instances, and now they are just the backup to those materials that had been previously been described. They are consistent with the type of violations you would see of companies of this magnitude doing the type of work that they do.
Okay, we would like to ask our Inspector General, Jody Frances, to come up.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Jody Frances, Office of the Inspector General. DPW brought us in relatively early regarding this review, I'm sure, so that we could, or that they could get it done expeditiously. My staff had access to and received, and reviewed project documents on this matter, such as the RFP, the proposal evaluation plan, and vendor proposals. My office also attended 15 meetings in the month of October for this matter. We observed the procurement management team evaluating the vendor proposals. We observed them preparing for and interviewing the vendors, as well as negotiating the initial schedule of values with the winning vendor. We also looked at the documents that were received this morning, around noonish this afternoon, presiding officer, and we didn't find anything that raised any red flags for us.
Okay, so I mean, there's nothing in those new disclosures that required a hold on this particular item?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, we appreciate
Thank
that.
you. And we submitted a form to the legislature just indicating that we did not have any reportable results.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to, I'm sure legislators have substantive questions, but I just wanted to emphasize the importance of, with a project of this magnitude in a well-developed county, that there be adequate, more than adequate, community outreach. And I think we need a commitment from the Department of Public Works that there are going to be substantial resources put into community outreach and reaching out to the public and answering questions and resolving issues.
That was part of the RFP submittal. The contracting firm brought on a firm that is the same company that is doing the outreach for Third Track. And additionally, AECom, who is the owner's rep that is between us and the state, has Caladium on board to assist in all outreach. So that is a big component of what we are going to do for this project. Because the project fails if we don't tell people what's going on and keep them in tune.
Thank you. Okay, Legislator Ford.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation on this. And I have to say that the Zoom meeting presentation, I think it was last week or something, was very well presented. And it was a way of letting the public who were on, I believe over 70 people, I think. Yeah, I was checking with Brian. It was a great presentation. We actually got to see everything. We heard people's questions and their comments. So I guess in this...
That was Caladium. That was our consultant running a professional setup on that.
So if we can't have in-person meetings, I would strongly recommend keeping with that format, because I thought it worked very well, but thank you on that. My question then is this, okay, like you, I've been involved in, urging something like this for a great many years, okay? And starting with the Western Bay study that was conducted way back when with the USGS survey and whatever. But it was my understanding that when we were going for this project, and I went to Governor Cuomo's announcement on this when we had the JCC in Oceanside, I was led to believe that New York State was going to provide more funding than what has indicated. I guess for this project, we're talking about $439 million, correct? And we're getting $76.9 million from the feds and only $62.1 from New York State?
But 62.1 plus the easement money that they're going to pay directly, which is approximately, could be upwards of another $20 million.
Okay, but that easement money is not in the total price, the total cost of $439, right?
Correct, because it's outside the cost of the contract. We are still chasing money for the project. We are working with the state, both the Department of Homeland Security and the EC, to try to utilize the unused money at the Bay Park Sewer Treatment Plant. We believe that there's an opportunity to add somewhere between $30 and $60 million to this project from that program. So that's an ongoing conversation with them. They're working through the details because they have different pools of money and the different allocations and how they're classified, whether it's mitigation or other things. So we're hopeful that that money from FEMA can be obligated towards this project.
Okay, and this cost, the $439 million, is not including the cost of bringing Long Beach on board, correct?
That is correct. Long Beach is a totally separate project.
All right. Okay, so then I hope that since New York State took credit, for being such a great environmentalist for this project, that they'll ante up a little bit more money than a mere $62 million. I mean, considering that this benefit not only will help the residents in Nassau County, but all the surrounding communities, whether or not you're in the Rockaways, New York City, even Suffolk County. And I'm sure that just anybody who would travel and want to visit this area So, you know, I'm hoping that you don't have to chase too much, that maybe they'll decide they're going to chase you to make sure that they give us more money,
They
because
chase
I
me
really
every day.
think that it really is, you know, I think New York State, obviously, in my mind, is shortchanging us, you know, on this by not providing more funding. They should have, I was under the impression that they were going to match it like 50%, you know, so that it would be less of a burden on, not so much a burden, but, you know, it would just help the residents of Nassau County, because this is a very, very important project, and I have to commend everybody for all the hard work that you've done on this. And, you know, as you said, this started in the previous administration, and thankfully, they found that aqueduct under Sunrise Highway. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't just be $439 million. We probably would be looking at something like $600 million. So, but all of you, thank you very much, because I really think that you've done a great job. And just a lot of the work, a lot of the attention. I feel very comfortable with, hopefully you will, the DPW will still oversee a lot of this. I know New York State is trying to coordinate everything, but I really think that I have more confidence in you guys than I have in New York State. So, you know, I just hope that you'll always be involved with this and watch over everybody and what they're doing, because this is Nassau County after all.
The department's goal is to make sure it's built to the design criteria report and watching the financing.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, Legislator Millet and then Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will be enthusiastically supporting this project. I had a couple of questions, but I just want to say, Commissioner Arnold, you used the word transformational, and DCE Schneider has said, I've heard him say a number of times, that this will be the most important environmental project that we've done in many, many years. And I do believe both of those statements are true. It truly will change things for the better on so many levels, from the point of view of just quality of life for people on the South Shore, recreational uses, boating, fishing, swimming, but then even, to my mind, more importantly, environmentally, that it will be able to rebuild the marshes and help prevent flooding. And I just think it's a great, great project. I too was on the Zoom call, and I thought that it was run very well. But I will say that I will add to Presiding Officer's call for more community outreach. I know you said that that's on the horizon, but I remember months ago we were told that there would be a very robust presentation, and of course COVID changed everything, and I certainly understand that. But we did have a community member speak out about that earlier today, that they didn't really know too much about it, and you know, we put out that there was this Zoom meeting, but of course much more needs to be done. And the other thing I heard you say was that it's a 23% MWBE, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so that sounds really good, and I'm very, very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ken, great presentation. Yeah, I also am going to be enthusiastically supporting the project, as I have from the start. And I agree with my colleagues with respect to the need for additional community outreach. I know that's going to be taken care of. I know this process started with a meeting over at Wantagh High School in a 1,000-seat auditorium, and that's not going to happen anytime soon again. But you know, perhaps we can make better use of the Zoom calls and get the word out there so that questions can continue to be answered. I just wanted to confirm with you, Ken, a couple of things. Just in your viewing the project design as I have, there are a couple of concerns in the community that I just want to make sure have been addressed. First of all, the system is an entirely closed system.
That is correct. It
Right.
is a under pressure pipe system. It's not open to the atmosphere.
Right, because one of the concerns, obviously, in the community is some of the odors around the Cedar Creek sewer treatment plant. Second is, not a single drop of sewage, untreated sewage, is going to the Cedar Creek plant. In fact, not a single drop of the treated effluent is going to the Cedar Creek plant, correct?
it's getting connected to the backside of the plant to use the ocean outfall.
Right, so it's going directly into the ocean outfall. The plant will not be processing one drop more of anything as a result of the diversion plant,
Right,
correct?
and that's why in my notes I outlined, even though we're doing the effluent pumps at Cedar Creek, that was because convenience of having systems shut down while we're doing the conveyance project. It makes sense to do that now. It's not needed for the conveyance project, because that would be then considered something connected to the plant.
Right, well, those are the tidal pumps, right?
Yes, but the tide pumps are not being used for conveyance. Those are just the Cedar Creek tide pumps.
Right, it's an additional upgrade to the plant itself.
Yes. Separate
Just
from...
because we have an opportunity to do the upgrade.
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the ocean outfall pipe, you know, obviously you indicated during the presentation that any necessary repairs to the outfall pipe or to the diffusers are going to be made as part of this project to make sure they can handle the additional volume, correct?
That is correct. We have allowance items to deal with those directly.
And the pipe itself, even with the increased capacity, is only going to be operating somewhere around 60 to 65% of its total capacity, even with the additional flow?
I have to, on top of my head, I don't know that those are the exact numbers, but...
It's far below 100% of its capacity.
It's below 100%. That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And just finally, I know that Stony Brook did a study just to ensure that there would be no impacts on the shore communities or any risk of any of the treated effluent not properly integrating into the ocean water 3 miles out. I mean, your reading of the study, I'm sure, and the administration's reading of the study is the same as mine, that there would be no concern about a shoreline impact as a result of the increased effluent going out 3 miles out into the ocean.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, Ken, thank you very much for your work on this, and you know, again, let's just make sure that we continue to get the word out there to the community because it's an important project, and I think the more people know, the more people will appreciate the benefits of it.
And I'll open to any legislator. If you have anybody, any community group that we need to speak to, reach out to myself or my chief deputy, Elisa Pica, and we'll set up meetings that we have to set up in addition to what we're already planning on doing.
I certainly will do that. And also, just to confirm, we do have additional money coming from FEMA, right? There's $76.9 million coming from FEMA.
That is to the HMGP, yes. That is a hazardous mitigation loan. That was money that was allocated early on in the project, yes.
Okay, it's just like my colleague, Legislator Ford, you know, early on in the project, I was under the impression that the state was kicking in half the cost. So, you know, if we can make any further efforts to get our partners to pony up a little more,
it's a continuing conversation.
Cash, it'll free the burden on county taxpayers. But and this is roughly half, even at the $493 million. This is roughly half of the cost of the construction of a new ocean outfall, assuming that we could get permission from the federal government to even build one.
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. And finally, even though this is going to move forward, you know, we do have an understanding, and this is really more of a statement than a question. We do have an understanding that the Cedar Creek outfall pipe has another 50 years worth of useful life. I don't want to see 45 years from now, after I'm long gone, you'll still be here, Ken.
I hope
And
not.
you'll still be working for the county in all likelihood. But but 45 years from now, you know, all of a sudden somebody wakes up and says, hey, wait a minute, you know, the outfall pipe's only got 5 years left of life on it, and it's the only thing that's servicing Nassau County. So, or one of the few things that are servicing Nassau County. There is a recognition that we need to plan for that eventuality, probably starting now. Whether it's additional technology for the denitrification of our effluent, or some other alternative. You know, we do need to. This is a short-term solution to a long-term problem, and we do need to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? No, I think we're good. Thank you, Ken.
You want me to touch base on 351? I didn't.
Oh, you didn't hit that?
Or you can just wrap up the same copy. 351 is the agreement that's modified that built on where we are today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I do believe that Mr. Budnick had a comment. He had his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no comments on items before. Right. Mr. Budnick, you have an opportunity when the meeting is over. So we have the period before the meetings, and then after the meetings we'll sit and then wait for your comments. Any other discussion or debate? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. All right, we just have some items on the emergency calendar. I think I'd ask Clerk, Mike. Did you call the 299, 300, and 301? Call the emergency.
Thank you. Emergency Resolution Number 30-2020, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to 31310-D of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Do you want them all?
Yeah, let's do them all at once.
Okay. Emergency Resolution Number 31 of 2020, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon the bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance the capital project identified herein within the County of Nassau and authorizing $15,855,000 of bonds of the County of Nassau to finance such expenditures pursuant to the local finance law of New York and the County Government Law of Nassau County. Finally, Emergency Resolution Number 32-2020, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon an ordinance to amend Ordinance Number 174-2018 as amended, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the four-year capital plan to commence on January 1, 2019, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Okay. Those are the three, sir.
Thank you. Do a motion by Legislator Drucker to establish the emergency, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. Any debate or discussion on the emergency? Hearing none, all in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Now I'll call the items. 299, 300, 301. 299 is a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to Section 310D of the County Government Law of Nassau County. 300, a bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein within the County of Nassau and authorizing $23,178,000 of bonds of the county to finance such expenditures. 301 is an ordinance to amend Ordinance Number 174, 2018, as amended, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the four-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2019, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law. We need a motion, moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Before us, so Ken.
Sorry, good evening, Ken Arnold, Public Works. These items are capital amendments and budget amendments to allow bond authorization today for the police public safety projects that they have showed some urgency of getting approved because of the purchase recs and other things that they need to do between now and the end of the year in order to upgrade their fleet, live scan replacement, radios, ambulances, and a host of other items. In addition, in the amended, there's also the shared mobility bond ordinance authorization for $60,000. That covers the gap that we have currently in the grant that we're processing. I have with me today the police have any specific questions on what they need and why they require it.
Okay. Before we do that, I'm told I have to note with respect to item 300 that it was stamped into the clerk's office at 3:41 p.m. today. And lastly, on item 40, which we just voted upon, so we correct the record, the vote was actually 18-1. Legislator Salaz had voted against 40. We didn't hear him because of the remote connection. Chief Walsh, did you want to add anything?
So Chief Walsh, anything specific to the project on what the needs are?
Okay. I know we were talking about bulletproof vests. We're talking about vehicles.
Yeah, I'm specifically here to talk about the APHIS project, which is the live scan, as well as the Motorola radio project. So I don't know if there's any questions that you have. The Motorola radio project, which is an item on the capital project agenda here, is to start the process of replacing our 500 megahertz radio system. That's the radio system that currently some of the legislators have heard about with regard to, we have a thing called tropospheric ducting, which interferes and basically shuts down our radio system because the FCC has been selling licenses on our frequencies down south. This all was born out of the 2012 Job Creation and Tax Relief Act, wherein the federal government actually is reallocating the spectrum of frequencies that we use to communicate on. They're reallocating that back to television, and the television station broadcasts at a much, much higher frequency of wattage power than we do. We typically broadcast from our towers at about 140 watts. The television stations broadcast at about 1.5 million watts. And when certain atmospheric conditions take place, their signals bounce from Virginia, Newport, Virginia, more specifically, and wipe out our ability to communicate on our radio systems. So this is to begin the process of replacing our radio system, our 500 megahertz system, into what's called the 700 and 800 band. So we began the process in 2014. We built out 7 sites for a 700 site. We also have recently replaced 6 sites on 800. Those will be brought together. We lose no money whatsoever. It's actually leveraged against what we're going to be doing with this project. And this money will start us in replacing our microwave antenna starting in early next year, very early next year. Hopefully we'll be ordering equipment in January and moving along over the next 5 years to replace the entire system. Okay. So that's the radio project. Any questions?
Yeah, obviously, the radios are of crucial importance. Legislator Ford and I were in a meeting with you at headquarters a while back. It can be a dangerous situation for our officers because the radios are not working because of this condition. They have difficulty calling for backup if they're out of their vehicles, obviously. This is, again, of crucial importance to the county. Do you have a timeline as to how long this project is going to take, what progress we can make, and when ultimately it will be done?
The overall project is going to take about 5 years to complete. The reason I say that is because it not only includes Nassau County, but it includes all of the village police departments as well as the 2 cities. They work off of our radios as well. So the building of the actual system will be completed in about 2.5 to 3 years, in that range, so that the system will be fully functional at that point. Then it's a matter of ordering what's called subscriber units, the actual radios themselves, to get put into the cars, and the radios and the portable radios that the officers use to communicate out in the field. So it's a 5-year capital project. This is to get the project online and started. And we've been working on this in the PD for probably about a year just to get it to the point where we can present it to the legislature to get it moving. So it's a little bit of an extended project to get done, and you have to be very careful of actually how you actually implement this so that no village, neither the cities or none of our precincts are without communications while we're building it out. So it's a very complex project. I can talk in some detail if you have specific questions. I have no problem getting into detail. Unfortunately, it's all in my head.
Well, we're glad it's there. Anyone else have any questions? No, I think we're good.
So the only other one about the APHIS project, do you have any questions on that? That's the live scan replacement. Are you good with that too?
Any questions on the... I think we're good. Thank you,
Okay,
Chief. I
great.
appreciate
Thank
you
you
here
very
all
much.
day. We appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on any other part of the emergency? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Mr. Budnick?
Nay. I'm
Okay.
voting against that bonding
I should have
provision.
waited.
Well,
There's a little bit of a lag. Is that you, Legislator Szilagyi?
yes, it is, presiding officer.
Anyone else besides Legislator Szilagyi voting no? I don't hear anyone. So the vote is 18 in favor, 1 against. Mr. Budnick?
I just wanted to make a suggestion that there might be need for greater interoperability between not only villages and city police departments. here in Nassau County, but with state police, MTA police, and the New York State National Guard radio nets in case of an emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn. Moved by, who was that?
Good luck, Chief.
Legislator Reggie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of adjourning? Signify aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Happy Thanksgiving, right? Linda.